Madam Speaker, you had cleared my procedural issue.
Item 3.
Excuse me, sir. Speaker had already cleared, and just because I'm a gentleman, I had to leave room for Speaker's guidance. With Speaker's approval.
You speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, around 11:37, I was in your office and I placed a matter of national importance in the relevant office. I'm seeking your guidance, Madam Speaker, whether I should wait for tomorrow or my matter will skip because it was absorbed by the relevant officer in your office.
Honorable, I've scheduled you for tomorrow. You
Much
know,
obliged.
when Sarah raised the matter of national importance, I thought she was raising for both. No, it is for tomorrow. Tomorrow.
I'll wait for tomorrow and much appreciated, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members.
Item 3.
Honorable members. Honorable members. The plight of teachers and their recent industrial action remains an urgent issue and a matter in Uganda, and which requires a sustainable solution. Yesterday we received a report that the teachers have agreed to call off their industrial action and return to the classrooms pending government action to address their grievances. And still yesterday we also received a report from the Minister of Constitutional Affairs and Public Service, which we feel should be presented to the House for you to know what is happening. Education is not only a universal equalizer, but also most valuable avenue for skilling and tooling of the population. Therefore, we owe it, as our electorates, we owe it responsibility to ensure that they perform, they are motivated, and they are satisfied with whatever they are doing. When you have a population or teachers that are unhappy, they will not groom better leaders like you. You're better leaders because of the kind of the teachers you've had. Therefore, we'll receive the statement from the minister, and I hope it will contribute to the sustainable resolution, lasting resolution in the sector. But our teachers also need to know that, yes, we value them so much, but we also have other sectors, and we must also look at our resource envelope. So we must have a win-win situation. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Members of Parliament.
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise under Rule 45, Sub-Rule 4, which provides that where there's a question to the minister, they're supposed to respond within 2 weeks. And Right Honourable Speaker, about 4 weeks ago, I wrote to the Minister of Public Service on similar matters regarding the impending strike by the Uganda local government workers and the non-deployment of the staff of MOSTI. I will therefore request that, wouldn't it be procedurally right that the Minister of Public Service also gives a statement on those two matters, either now or at an appropriate time?
You wrote to the minister as you. Did you bring it to the House?
Right Honourable Speaker, based on Rule 45, I made written submissions to the Minister which provides that you should provide a response.
But rule question 45 is question for oral answers.
Right Honourable Speaker,
And there is a procedure for that. Can we have, Honorable, can we have the minister present the report? We want to debate that report and dispose it off.
most obliged.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members of Parliament. This is a statement on pay enhancement for the public officers and now not ongoing, but on the industrial strike that had been called by the teachers under their union, UNATU, which fortunately came to an end. Right Honourable Speaker, just by way of background to the pay enhancement of public officers, we shall recall that government has since the 1990s undertaken a number of reforms aimed at improving efficiency and effectiveness of the public service and ultimately improved service delivery to the citizens of Uganda. These reforms include the public service pay reforms. As part of the public service reform program, the ministry embarked on salary reforms that aimed at improving the welfare of public officers. The achievements of these reforms have been registered in a number of areas, notably relatively improved pay levels in the public service, payment of salary by the 28th of the month, computerization of the salary processing and payment, to mention but a few. Indeed, there has been notable increase in the pay of public officers over the years. For instance, the salary of a grade 3 teacher has over the years increased from 240,640 shillings per month in financial year 2009-2010 to 166,000 per month in financial year 2021-2022. The Minister of Public Service, under Section 7 of the Public Service Act, is mandated to receive and consider on behalf of government proposals for remuneration and benefits to persons whose emoluments are payable from the consolidated fund or out of monies provided by Parliament. In line with the above mandate and following proposals submitted by the Minister of Public Service, Cabinet in 2017 approved the pay policy for the public service to be implemented in a phased manner, starting with the year 2018-2019. The approved pay policy proposals, however, presented significant financial implications in short, medium, and long term. Cabinet, as a result of the huge financial requirements, directed a phased implementation of the pay policy, and accordingly, Uganda shillings 525.1 billion was provided for pay enhancement of public officers under Phase 1, 2018-2019, as follows: medical workers, scientists other than medical workers, legal professionals and prosecutors, post-primary teachers, tutors, instructors, head teachers, deputy head teachers, principals and deputy principals, chairpersons of the district service commissions, local government political leaders, Uganda police and prison staff in salary scales U6, U7 and U8, UPDF militants from the ranks of private to sergeant, teaching and non-teaching staff in public universities. In financial year 2019-20, funds were provided in the budget for pay enhancement under Phase 2, covering the following categories: district health officers and assistant district health officers, specialist medical officers, stroke dental surgeons, pharmacists in salary scale U2, consultants, senior consultants, doctors of hospitals, health professionals at the level of assistant commissioner, commissioners, directors, Director General of Health Services, legal professionals in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, judges, justices, and judicial officers. In the education sector, 135 billion was provided for enhancement of teaching staff in the sector other than the public universities, and 15 billion for teaching and non-teaching staff in public universities. Due to the global economic slowdown occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, it was not possible for government to provide adequate funds for salary enhancement in financial year 2020-2021. In accordance with the approved pay enhancement roadmap, government was, however, able to identify 50 billion for enhancement of pay of the vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors, teaching staff from salary scales M3, M7, the universities, and non-teaching staff, the scientists, in salary scales M3, M7 for the public universities. In financial year 2021-22, it was not possible to provide funds for salary enhancement in accordance with the approved pay enhancement roadmap. Again, due to the global economic slowdown caused by the COVID. Now, in the financial year 2022-23, Cabinet considered prioritizing the enhancement of scientists, including science teachers. The scientists are critical, indeed very crucial, and are needed immediately in supporting a number of crucial sectors, such as agriculture.
Honorable, let him finish.
No, order.
I am the speaker. Emat, can you sit? Let him finish reading the report.
Right, Honourable
then
Speaker. Thank you very much
I
indeed.
know you are not a science person. For you, you are MDD. Let him finish, then you will respond.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Crucial sectors in the development of the economy, such as agriculture, industry, information, communication technology, infrastructure development, etc., etc. It is these sectors, as they expand, that will give us the money, really, in many forms, including taxes, that will enable us to cover more priorities, including paying all our public servants better. Now, it is clear knowledge that UNATU started industrial action on the 15th of June 2022, alleging that government was implementing discriminatory salary enhancement as opposed to honoring the commitments made in a collective bargaining agreement which was signed with the public service labor unions on the 22nd of June 2018. It should be noted from the onset that the industrial action of UNATU was in contravention of Section 7.2 and 8.3 of the Public Service Negotiating, Consultative and Dispute Settlement Machinery Act of 2008. UNATU did not give a 90 days notice as required under that section of the Act. Notwithstanding, however, of the above, His Excellency the President invited the leadership of UNATU to a meeting at State House on the 18th of June 2022 and at Kololo ceremonial grounds on the 4th of July 2022 to discuss this matter of the industrial action. The meetings were attended by the Honorable First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, the Minister of Public Service, the Attorney General, the Minister of State for Education, Permanent Secretaries of Public Service and Education and Sports, members of the Executive Committee of UNATU, and other government officials. His Excellency the President emphasized government's commitment to the enhancement of salaries for all public officers, but in a phased manner, this time beginning with scientists. And he called upon the leadership of UNATU to call off the strike. Government, through the Office of the Vice President, the Office of the Prime Minister, and the Ministries of Public Service and Education and Sports, again continued engagements with the leadership of UNATU and with the other key stakeholders in order to resolve the issue of salary enhancement for the teachers championed by UNATU. Government indeed has taken serious consideration of the concerns raised by UNATU. The concerns have been discussed by the executive. Government is committed to implementing the approved pay plan within the medium term. Concerning all teachers, including primary school teachers, and indeed, over the medium term, the employees of the entire public service who have not had enhancement. Right Honorable Speaker, government continues to be committed to enhancement in a phased approach in accordance with the pay policy principles and the targets which were approved by Cabinet in 2017. Government intends to enhance the pay of all its employees in the medium term as the resources become available through the further expansion of the economic sectors that have recovered, like agriculture, industry, services, etc., etc. I wish, in conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, to commend the leadership of UNATU and the teachers' fraternity for accepting to call off the industrial action and urging teachers to go back to class. They indeed called off the action, and as we talk now, very many teachers have gone back to class. This is a step in the right direction, and government of Uganda reaffirms its commitment to ensuring that the proposed pay plan and targets are realized in the short, medium, and long term. I beg to present, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your statement. I note that while you have provided us with an elaborate background on this matter, the background is really elaborate, but the planned actions by government are quite brief. It's lacking something that should be done. You cited the engagement between the Office of the Vice President, the Prime Minister, Minister of Public Service, and UNATU. This has been going on annually for the last so many years. and yet the industrial action has continued and no improvement has been done in their working conditions. And if you're talking about working conditions, start with the police that even keep us, all these kind of things. And when you look at your page 5, you say that government is implementing an approved first pay plan for the teachers in the entire public service in accordance to the 2017 pay slip principle and targets approved by the cabinet. If indeed it was effective, we would not be witnessing this industrial action, Honorable Minister. If you had implemented that in a first way, we would not be witnessing this, and that is an embarrassment to us. Of course, you can't give what you don't have. If you don't have, you rather say you don't have, but you can't keep promising what you cannot fulfill. And these people understand. If we don't have, we don't have. More importantly, there is need to harmonize the remuneration scale throughout the public service. This will cause equity and equality. We are all the same, we all do the same work. But create some kind of equity. There are no people who are more important than others. We really need to look at this in depth. Let's look at various sectors and see how we can harmonize the situation. And this is a precondition for motivation of these workers. And that's why you see Cecilia was shooting up. She wants, Cecilia, I'm going to give you to speak. Any such harmonization and revision of the remuneration of the public servants should be taken in consideration for the sake of equity in the whole country, so that other people are not demotivated. We are cognizant of the fact that we have been having COVID, we have had challenges, but we need to make sure that everybody is happy and there is equity. And you'll find the public there is complaining why are members of parliament paid very high. Are we scientists? And yet we get very little money. I am going to allow the shadow. Can we first hear a shadow statement? Then we debate them at once. Cecilia, you'll give a clarification after we have heard from the shadow.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to make a statement in response to the statement by the Minister of Public Service on enhancement of pay for public officers and the industrial action by UNAT. Right Honorable Speaker, on August 24th, 2021, government announced that Cabinet had passed a resolution to increase salaries of scientists, including STEM teachers, those who hold Bachelor of Science with Education, Bachelor of Science and postgraduate diplomas in education. The average monthly salary per teacher would in effect rise to between 3 million and 4 million. Government claimed that the proposed salary enhancement was in line with the National Development Plan 3, 2020-2025 and the NRM Manifesto of 2020-2026, whose successful implementation hinged on science and innovation. In his speech, the National Teachers' Day in 2021, the President emphasized advancement of science and technology, quoting it was the driver of the society from the days of early man to this point. And it's from it that he emphasized that science teachers' salaries will be increased first as per NRM ideology, and no organ or body would stop it from happening. Current status. Effective this new financial year 2022-23, science teachers will earn as follows. Graduates, Uganda, X 4 million. Diploma holders, 3 million. This will present an increment of 300% as compared to the financial year 2021-2022 salaries. The supervisors of these science teachers remain head teachers, many of whom studied humanities and will be earning significantly less than the teachers they supervise. Right, Honorable Speaker, the move to treat workers of the same level, such as teachers of senior 5 classes, differently is in total contravention of Article 21 and 42 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which provides for equity amongst Ugandans who are providing similar services. The minister's statement is full of government wishes to transform the country from science against humanities. This is being made without evidence from anywhere in the world. More negotiations were held between UNATU and government. During the 2022-2023 budget speech, government confirmed its plan to prioritize an enhancement to a selected category of teachers considered as scientists. This enhancement was to apply teachers considered, since the categorization does not apply to primary schools. Madam Speaker, on the 7th December 2021, when schools were still under lockdown, the leader of opposition made a statement on this floor of Parliament, and in the statement, a law warned against government's decision to discriminately enhance salary of teachers. He cautioned that the planned proposal would cause a rift between science teachers on one part and teachers of humanity on the other side. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's a dilemma. There are also workers in the government, workers who are not in unions. These are public servants, and there's a table. I'm not going to go through it in this statement, which is uploaded, but these are equally affected in the same way like teachers. And we recommend, in summary, as the opposition, that the establishment of the Salary Review Commission be fast-tracked. The purpose of this commission is to streamline earnings for all public officers. We support establishment of a temporary and special allowance to increase workers' pay in order to have full control of the future pension obligations. We note that until a bill to establish the Public Service Pension Fund is processed, it is reasonable to increase workers' pay through enhanced allowances. Government should respect the collective bargaining agreement, CBA, that was signed with the different workers' bodies, those are the public service unions, in 2018, and commit resources to fulfill the promises thereunder. It is attached. I'll lay it on table. The minister should immediately provide to Parliament a report on the total number of arts and science teachers, as well as the total amount of salary enhancement shortfall. Government should immediately present an amendment bill to the Appropriation Act for Parliament to provide additional funding for purposes of enhancing wages for all teachers, including art teachers. The minister should table for consideration a full salary enhancement plan with specific timelines for Parliament to consider. Government should equitably allocate the monies budgeted for science teachers, just in case if the resource envelope is not enough, as well as art teachers, as well as after all science teachers have since 2012 been getting 30% above their counterparts. Government should identify all the brilliant innovators who do not fall in the category of scientists and have them rewarded. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's a Rewards and Sanction Committee under the Ministry of Public Service, standing orders, and this committee is not functioning. Teachers are not motivated. If we are seeing rewards, motivation, you say difference. Maybe we wouldn't be where we are if the ministry respected and also implemented the agreements they've been entering with the unions. But because they don't, that's why we are here. We support the policy of identifying talent and individuals with special ability to innovate. Such persons may not necessarily be formally trained as scientists, but could be from any discipline, including humanities. I beg to submit and also lay on table.
Thank you, Brenda.
Right, Honorable Speaker. This is a public document, but I beg to lay on table a collective bargaining agreement between the government of the Republic of Uganda and public service labor unions, including Uganda Medical Workers Union.
Of
Uganda.
when?
What?
Of when? Date?
This was 2018. It was signed between the ministries, provided for by the Minister of Public Service.
It's 2017, 2018.
Yes. Yes, and it was supposed to be implemented in phases, but the ministry walked away from this agreement. That's why we are having industrial actions by the different service unions. So I beg to lay on table because I lay on table the collective bargaining agreement between the government of the Republic of Uganda and public labor unions. I beg to lay.
Thank you so much, Brenda, for the elaborate report and actions that should be taken. I now open the floor for debate. I will start with the order from Cecilia. Cecilia, then
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
you have 30 minutes to debate on this.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm only seeking clarification. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister has made some fundamental statements which I'm not very comfortable with. First of all, he said that the process of salary enhancement started with the science teachers because he considered science very important. My only curiosity and my concern is where do we get this fundamental statement of science or science teachers or science as a subject or as a field is more important than the rest? I just want to know so that I learn. Because over the years as I grew up, I never saw the demarcation between science and arts. In fact, as I grew up, I always envied those students who were genius in history, because I couldn't manage history. You have to remember, I couldn't. You know, so I couldn't manage, and that was my disability. You know, so somebody must tell me where did science eventually has been distinguished as being most important. I want to know, so that as we move, we must move either with the global trend or we move by our national trend. And if it is national trend, on what are we basing that particular point that we have reached, that science is most important? The second point, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister said that the union did not comply to the 90 days notice. But I think my nephew, the minister, probably is growing older than me, because memory sometimes defeats us with the elderly. But I think the minister ought to remember that this industrial action started in 2019 and it was only stalled. It was only stalled, suspended. in order to allow pacification, discussions, negotiations. And even this one, which recently was going on and the president intervened, again, it has not ended. It was only suspended, pending several things to happen. But for me as a leader, Right Honorable Speaker, how we can sit in this house, presided over by a lady who is so concerned about national issues generally, and particularly concerned about areas where people need to focus more. And we sit here and we say, let the arts teachers and less, and the science, and you have not even defined to me what subject must you teach in a class in order to qualify you to be an arts teacher or science teacher. Just give me a point. It's the problem, my age, you have to be very careful where to stop me.
Thank you, thank you.
Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister did not come up with the action plan. It is not clear, and I would want the minister to end by giving us precise action plan. And we hope this industrial action will come to an end. Thank you.
That's what I said in my communication. The action plans are not outlined. And if they did not comply to the 90 days, the question would be, as government, did we comply to the negotiation agreement since 2017 to 18? Stephen, Brenda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on my behalf and on behalf of people of Bukanga, I want to take this opportunity to thank teachers who sat with the President and indeed agreed to go back and teach our children. Indeed, they have really portrayed the real spirit of patriotism and the spirit of nationalism. Indeed, they love their country and they love Ugandans. Madam Speaker, to me, I'm somehow tortured in a way that to find that we can make some differences and we discriminate some people. Because if you say that indeed we love teachers, who should be a good teacher and who should not be a useful teacher? Because if you say that we are going to increase the salary of scientists, that one shows that the other ones are not all that important. If arts subjects are not all that important, why shouldn't we say that as a country we no longer benefit from it, we should scrap it off? But if it is very important and indeed we need it, if there is any opportunity, any chance to increase the salary of teachers, let them also benefit like others. Madam Speaker, I'm not a teacher by profession, but I love teachers because I am what I am because of teachers.
By the way,
yes,
he's right. I am Madam Teacher. I am a university don, not just a teacher.
Thank you for protecting me.
And for me, I teach accounting, all those ones, but I'm equally very important.
Madam Speaker, in conclusion, me was of the view that indeed sciences are needed and they are very important. But equally to arts teachers, if there is any opportunity, any chance, any benefit, let all those people should really be brought on board and benefit like others. Because in Angola we have a saying that if you beat children, beat them all in order to bring harmony and peace at home. If you are to give them what you have, let them all share equally. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Next. 2 minutes, members.
For the record, My name is Namkuta Brenda, woman MP Kaliro District. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the presentation, but this is a public cry. I believe we have all witnessed it in our constituencies. Everywhere you go, every time you give a speech, someone whispers to you that says something about the teachers, and it is left blank. Most of us here, I think we went through arts. It's a public cry because tripling a colleague where you're sharing a blackboard, sharing the same compound, teaching the same students, it is really unfair. However, Right Honorable Speaker, this should be like a lesson to the country and to all of us. Let us advocate for equality. As teachers are crying, all public servants are crying. When the budget was passed, when we went back to the constituencies for the parish model program, Right Honorable Speaker, funds have been embezzled because of the low pay of the public servants. So as we advocate for the teachers, all public servants, all civil servants are crying. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Me, why complaining, you man? Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, I'm coming. You sit.
I'm Okot John Amos. I want first of all to thank our gallant sons and daughters, the teachers, for having accepted to suspend the industrial action. It is not that the industrial action has come to an end. Because if we say it has come to an end, it is like we are not aware of the predicament which is taking place. For 1 full month, our candidate classes were not being taught. Even those teachers who handled sciences, they were not doing a lot of work. The whole system became paralyzed. One other thing that I would request the executive to desist from being arrogant. Don't be arrogant. Don't give orders. When you give orders and you tell these teachers that your name is going to be deleted from the payroll, you are as if you are not in this Uganda. You're as if you are not in this planet. Remember, these teachers also have their own expenses that they're supposed to meet. Besides, even soldiers, the private soldiers, they are crying. They are getting less pay. And the condition that they are going through is very, very, very pertinent. You can say order, but you let them start behaving the way teachers are behaving, and you'll know where we are going. You will not like it, because if a private soldier is getting less than 500,000 shillings, and they're even crying, they're lamenting and saying, MPs, please help us talk also on our behalf, as if they don't have their representative in this house. Madam Speaker, it is true, we need to know where to direct resources, the little resources that we are having here. Instead of saying, let us increase for scientists, but these scientists, what kind of innovation are they coming up with? Are they inventing something new? Or even they are recycling this kind of...
Honorable members, I know this is a very sensitive matter. And I want to agree with the Honorable Court. We don't need to be arrogant. We need to talk to these people with humility. These people are here working. We cannot afford telling the teachers, if you want to resign, resign. No. That is a Kiteso way of handling things. When you look at the iPads you're using, these iPads are created by a person who is not a scientist. And the person did choreography in a certain smaller university and created an iPad. So will you call that one a scientist? And when you are looking at this, innovation is only not limited to scientists. Anybody can innovate anything. Can we reduce the time of our debate? There is a procedural matter.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want us to have the record straight. I'm more concerned with the position of Parliament in this debate. Madam Speaker, the Education Committee processed and brought a report to this House. The Budget Committee processed and brought a report to this House, and we adopted unanimously that the pay rise should be equal across board. That was the position of Parliament. On the 22nd of June 2022, on NBS TV, I watched Madam Prime Minister, the leader of government business, saying that Parliament is the one that has passed that bias, discriminatory payment. This record should be straight because as a result, the teachers started calling us, and I'm sure they have reached many members of Parliament, blaming us that we are not sensitive to their concern. Wouldn't it be procedurally right that the executive first comes and apologizes to this Parliament and sets the record straight that indeed Parliament is not the one. We provided the money and only had for the first time during the budget speech that the salary was going to be paid differently. For us, what we provided was for all teachers to be paid uniformly. Wouldn't it be procedurally right that the Prime Minister first clarifies before we proceed?
Information.
There is a procedural matter. Prime Minister, this House. Are you a Prime Minister? Prime Minister, the resolutions of this House are binding. And if it is really true, we may need to confirm from you that you say it is the House that made such a resolution, and that would amount to blackmail of the August House.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I need to confirm from the TV program that really it was said so. I thank you.
You need to confirm and come and clarify to the House, and if it is true that statement was said, it must be retracted. This is a very sober House. We cannot make such mistakes. Yes, Budiawe?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to correct that information because I was with her on Buked Day. She said teachers have gone on industrial action after the Parliament has passed the what? The budget. But not what he has said.
Order.
So that one I wanted to correct it.
Order, Right Honorable.
Furthermore,
order.
Procedure.
Order, Right Honorable.
There is an order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we were undergoing training, and I remember when the late Right Honorable Speaker, may his soul rest in eternal peace, was giving us some helpful remarks. He said that we should sharpen our arguments rather than sharpening our voices. I'm requesting Right Honorable to rule on whether it's in order for honorable members of Parliament to pick up microphones and begin shouting over the roof. It becomes very uncomfortable. So I wonder whether the honorable member is in order. Thank you.
Honorable, who is her? Whom did you mean by saying her?
Right Honorable Speaker, I said that during that day, I was with the Prime Minister, and she said...
Have you become executive that you're responding on behalf of executive?
No. I wanted to give information.
Okay, sit. Linda?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, much as I want to appreciate government's commitment to enhance teachers' salary, it was not proper for the minister to demotivate arts teachers, that it's only the science teachers who are crucial and they contribute to the taxes of this country. We are all aware that even the arts industry has contributed a lot to the development of this country. For instance, currently we are facing a problem of mindset change among our communities in the country, and we know it is only the social scientists who can come in to help the country. So, Madam Speaker, my prayer is that as government, as executive, let's ensure that there is equality among all government workers. I pray, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Christine. Members, I'm coming this side, don't worry.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Speaker, I'm Christina Kello, Member of Parliament from Erutenos constituency. I'm going to speak, I was a teacher, I taught for 10 years, I'm a retired teacher, so I'm going to give you the actual, what happens within the teaching service. When I was still a teacher, that thing, it used to happen. I can say history is repeating itself. We have not yet gotten the permanent solution. What happens from school? The worst performing subjects, it's science. Why? Especially I'm going to talk on behalf of the northerners, the rural schools, not urban schools, because I was teaching in a rural school. The problem is not about teachers teaching science. And His Excellency is looking at technology. But if for us to achieve the technology bit of it, we need to look down at the laboratory. We don't have the laboratories at the school. And most of these teachers are half-baked. They even don't know the content of the subject they teach. That's why science subjects are worst performing at the school. And during that time, we had what we call PTA. The best done subject they could award, like per subject, if you get a credit, you're given some money. But the worst people who could get low pay were science teachers, but the arts were doing good. So for us, we need to motivate all the teachers. For us to achieve the technology, we need to look down, let's look at the laboratory, let's bring...
Next, is that Edie?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for Public Service for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, in the Minister's report, he assured the House and the government that teachers are back to schools. But there is teachers going back to school, but not in classes. There must be a continuous engagement with these teachers. We shouldn't get excited that teachers are back to schools, because they might be there, but psychologically tortured, because their issues were not addressed. But all the same, we want to thank government for this continuous engagement, and we must really think about the enhancement of all civil servants' salary. Because if you look at, for example, teachers, most of them, their ATM cards are with money lenders. You get a teacher getting a loan for 10 years, but if you look at their payrolls, they are getting zero. How can that teacher get motivated to go to school and teach? So I want to call upon government still to fulfill the pledges. Because if this is a commitment that they start with the leadership of the teachers, let them fulfill their pledges such that we have a country that caters for everyone. I want to thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Xavier. Xavier was my lecturer.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and I want to thank the Minister of Public Service for the report. Mr. Minister, in your own report, you've actually informed us that as government, you've undertaken a number of reforms aimed at improving efficiency and effectiveness. Those ones should be actually underlined in the public service. And I want to believe that arts teachers are also part of public service. While the reform is okay, what you are implementing is not okay. And you have actually told us that as an achievement of those reforms, there has been a relatively improved pay levels in public service. Would you correct your report and say there has been a relatively improved selective pay levels in public service? Because what we are seeing is actually selective. Honourable Minister, in your free time, try to look at the example you've given us. That in 2009-2010, a graduate, a grade 3 teacher was earning around 240,000. Then currently, a grade 3 teacher is earning around 500.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his presentation. However, I think that the problem that we have in this country is we are reactionary. Now we are talking about teachers, we are debating about
Honorable
teachers.
members, listen to the submission on a reactionary action that we take.
Yes, because the teachers were striking, we are discussing them. But this is a time bomb that we're sitting on. Before we know it, other public servants will be doing the same.
The police.
I'd like to therefore ask the minister. He did mention that they have a payment plan in a phased manner. I want to ask that we have that as Parliament, we look at it and we follow up on that plan. Otherwise, we're going to spend the whole year debating about public servants who are striking. Yes, now it's the teachers, tomorrow it's going to be another set of people, and it's going to be a continuous problem. Can we see how the government is planning to motivate all public servants? Lastly, Madam Speaker, I have said this before, and I'm saying it again. All teachers must be paid equally. But there is one special category of teachers who must be paid extra, and those are special needs teachers. These are teachers who teach our special needs students, the blind, the deaf, those with intellectual and learning disabilities. They spend more hours, the curriculum is different, and therefore they must be paid higher than the rest of the teachers. And I did not hear that in the minister's report. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Annette, Christine.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. My name is Katsime Annette Mugisha, the Woman Member of Parliament, Bushenyi District. I want to add my voice to thank all the teachers who have been able to call off the industrial action to go back to school. I also want to thank the government for coming up with the resolution that the teachers' salaries should be increased. Personally, I'm a teacher and I taught for 20 years, and I was an art teacher. I want to agree with the government that we need scientists in this country, but we also need art teachers as well, because art teachers are also professionals. They are highly educated, they are competent, highly skilled. So if we are to call socio-economic transformation, we need holistic, equal treatment in this country. I submit, Honourable Speaker.
Yes,
Right, Honourable
question.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, is to be debated today. The provision in the order paper has qualified this as an urgent matter. I first want to request the Minister to give us an explanation on what he means when he says medium term. I think he should give us a specific period of time. Madam Speaker, as we speak now, there is division in the staff rooms. In secondary, the science teachers are alone. The arts teachers are alone. And there's a lot of discrimination. The staffs are going to be divided by what we have done as government. Madam Speaker, when the parents of one school were invited, the A-level students, one student, I have evidence to that effect, raised up a hand, put up the hand and said, Madam, what is the usefulness of teaching us arts, yet government does not see the value of the arts subjects? As we speak now, students are not going to concentrate on reading the arts subjects because they have already seen that even government is not valuing the arts subjects. This is very dangerous. Since the curriculum has both arts and science subjects, let all teachers be given equal pay. Then government can motivate the science teachers indirectly by giving them some small allowance, provided the salaries are the same. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to say, teachers, thank you. And now that the teachers respected the voice of the President and they have gone back to class, Madam Speaker, why can't we look for something? And we have a supplementary presented in this Parliament, and we approve the supplementary to enhance the salaries of the arts teachers. Madam Speaker, the teachers are pretending. Madam Speaker, let me share this with honorable members. Just a second. Back in the class and sing and not do any work and wait for salary, but the really teaching will not be there. Let us act as government to rescue Uganda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with you when the Minister was making submission here.
Honorable members, don't repeat what has been said.
I am not repeating, Madam Speaker. You talk about the action plan. Madam Speaker, the clarification I wanted to seek from the Minister who presented, it is about the lost time. When the teachers laid down their tools, everything was disrupted. Now, what are the plans that the government is laying strategically to recover from the lost period that we wasted? While the government schools were on strike, the private sector was carrying on. The private schools were going on. And by the way, this is the term that they're supposed to sit for mock exams. The same paper that these pupils from the private school are going to sit is the same paper that these pupils from the government school are going to sit on. Coming to UNEP, the same paper. The clarification of what are we going to do as government to ensure that these people compute and we score the same marks that we want in this government? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Agnes Workers.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the members for this serious debate. I was part of the negotiating team, and my colleagues, the other MPs. The minister has continuously said the same statement. Mid-term, without any plan or sharing the information. Madam Speaker, this is a constitutional matter. This is very clear in Article 40B. You cannot pay the same people doing the same work different salaries. I pray that Parliament takes a serious decision. Government cannot violate the rights of its own workers, and then you expect the private sectors to come out and do otherwise. Madam Speaker, science begins at primary. They have not considered the primary teachers who are teaching science, if at all. The teachers at primary are earning 560 without being taxed. They are taxed pay as you earn, then net is around 400. Madam Speaker, you know the cost of living. Renting a house itself is around 200. The worst, in the worst area, is around 200. Portion now is 3,500. Really, how do we expect the teachers who go in the morning and leave at 6, how do they survive? Has the minister taken serious interest to know how do these people survive? That means they survive locally. They are living miserably. They can't even educate their children in the best schools, yet they are educating other people's children. Madam Speaker, Parliament should not leave this issue to be handled by government only. We should come in and defend the rights of workers in this country. Thank you so much.
Kazo.
Nyabushozi, actually. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Wilson Kajrenje. I represent Nyabushozi constituency. First, I agree that the teachers are with us in the same struggle to transform society. And when I say teachers, I mean both science and arts teachers. We cannot transform this society if we have disgruntled the teams. There are better ways to incentivize science teachers without demoralizing arts teachers. And I think this should be the issue. We can pay them similar, equal pay, but we can incentivize science teachers and still transform this society. Two, Madam Speaker, when I was in my constituency in recess, I asked the teachers why they are striking. And this is what they told me, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, that they are not striking because science teachers have been given more pay. They are striking because there is a breach of agreement. I was not privy to this. I'm happy that the Honorable Minister has put it forward. It is incumbent upon government as a party on the negotiating table to respect the agreement it signs. I am a proponent of science education as a core to transforming society. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, Ugandan kids below 15 are holding our flag in Dakar, Senegal. They have become number 4 on the continental, Pan-African continental robotics. They were sponsored privately. I pray that when these kids return, we pay tribute to them. These are our kids that are holding Ugandan flag at continental level. I beg to say, Right Honorable Speaker, that we pay, if we have money, it should be money for all the workers. If we do not have money, then we don't have it. However, there is a way we can incentivize science teachers for purposes of transforming our economy. I beg to submit. But as I end, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that when these kids return, the Ugandan kids in Dakar, we pay tribute to them when they are in the gallery. I submit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Ashibu Agnes is my name, the woman MP for Nebi District. First of all, I stand in the shoes of the teachers, and I feel how tight it is. First of all, as we talk about the plight of the science teacher, there is something that is worrying me, Honorable Speaker. Right now, we are happy here that the teachers have gone back to school. But as they enter the classes, we are not aware the content they are handling. And most of these learners, especially in secondary school, these are children or learners who can assess the performance of the teachers. And as I sit here, I'm worried if we don't handle this issue carefully, we are going to hear that there are a number of strikes that are going to come to our country. And the little that we have is going to be destroyed completely. I want to say that we are the voice of the voiceless, and people have trust in us down there. So we must come out with something which is really very objective. We should console everybody. If we don't have the money, let us say we don't have the money. If it is there, the little we have, let us share it for everybody. Remember, it is not only the teacher. Tomorrow, another group. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence. I'm very allergic to the mask, but I have it. Your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister for his submission. Madam Speaker, I want to bring on table two concepts that seem to be confusing some of our teams in government. Madam Speaker, there is the issue of efficiency and effectiveness. One of them means doing the right thing, and the other one means doing the thing right. But at times, some of those words are used interchangeably. Madam Speaker, I want to agree that the government is doing the right thing by enhancing the payment.
Madam Speaker, the procedural issue I am raising, I have seen colleagues who say they are likely to have this and that disease. The reason we put on masks is to protect ourselves, but also protect those who are near us. Can we gazette a corner, Madam Speaker, in Parliament, for those who are allergic and have diseases, and we sit them somewhere? Or, Madam Speaker, like you have said, we have a minister who permanently is on Zoom. We can ask those who have allergies to attend Parliament on Zoom instead of
Madam Speaker.
Spreading.
Thank you, Madam
procedure
Speaker.
takes
He's on procedure.
Yeah,
but I have
so
the
I thought you have been here for some time.
Even on procedure, you can be ordered.
Morris is on procedure.
Oh, Madam Speaker, they register with your office and we allow them to attend by Zoom. Otherwise, what message do we give to the country that there are exceptions? So you come with your COVID and say I am allergic and you pick a microphone.
Honorable Minister of Health, can you advise her?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Right now, the number of COVID cases in the country is going up. So is the positivity rate. And right, Honorable Speaker, we also advised that members, and I believe all members are eligible, should get their booster doses so that they can be protected. However, the best protection is to observe the standard operating procedures, which is keep your mask on at all times, especially when you are in a closed environment like this one. If you are outside,
and you are alone. When I say outside, I mean outside a closed environment, and you are alone, not near anybody, within 2 meters of you, you can remove your mask. Therefore, it is imperative that when we are in this august house, we should keep our masks on. And you have shown a very good example of keeping yours on at all times. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Bashir, can you put on a mask and finish here? If you don't have a mask, you can.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to agree that the pay raise alone cannot be a panacea to the science promotion agenda of this country. When you move around to so many public schools in the country, Madam Speaker, I'm a professional educationist and an education entrepreneur, but so many schools, public schools around the country, are lacking labs. For example, they have no reagents, there is no electricity. But the way the minister is presenting, it's as if when we increase the pay, it is sufficient and it's a panacea that everything will be done. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to submit that our deeds as government and our seniors must reflect our creed. We must walk the talk. We must say what we mean and mean what we say. If we say science is very, very important than any other thing in this country, then we should also optimize the usage of the few science brains we have in the cabinet and deploy them appropriately in the cabinet itself, for example. As an indicator and as an example. For example, Madam Speaker, you...
Baby face. Baby face.
This example, Madam.
Musinje.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add on my voice to thank the Minister and my most respected Minister, Honorable Mururi Mukasa, for the report. My most. Unfortunately, when I saw, Right Honorable Speaker, when I saw the order paper that the Minister was coming to give a report, my mind was like, we are sorted as members of Parliament. Finally, we are going to have an answer to give to the electorate, and especially the teachers. To my surprise, he did not come out clearly to say, when are we getting money as government to pay the teachers? Because, Right Honorable Speaker, there is no missing words. The teachers want money. Actually, what the Honorable Minister was praising the UNATO for is not a reality. Actually, the teachers are terming it as inverted coercion. They did not willingly choose to go back to the classrooms. They've been forced to go there, and I want to interest my Honorable Minister to take stock on what is happening in the schools. There is no teaching. I followed Hoima District yesterday and today. The teachers are seated. They are not teaching. So they are saying UNATO got money when they came to Kololo. They were given bags of money, and the teachers, the classroom teachers, are disowning the position of the UNATO leadership. So, Honorable Minister, I pray that as government, we should look at concretizing the issues. Right Honorable Speaker, the industrial action is not happening for the first time. It was in this house, in the 9th Parliament. The Right Honorable Mama Mbabas was the Prime Minister, and the Vice President was the Minister of Education then. For us, the methodology they were using to handle the teachers.
Honorable members, when you look at Article 40 of the Constitution of Uganda, that is on the economic rights. One, it says Parliament shall enact laws, A, to provide for the right of people to work under satisfactory, safe and health conditions. B, to ensure equal payment for equal work without discrimination. And C, to ensure that every worker is accorded rest and reasonable working hours and periods of holidays without pay, as well as remuneration for public holidays. Let's have respect for our Constitution. And honorable members, Commissioner Solomon, I am coming like this.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And I had about 3 questions for the Minister. My first question, Right Honorable Speaker, is, do we actually have science in this country? Because, Right Honorable Speaker, in the primary school, where we start learning science actually, I see the science teachers teaching about insects. I'm now taking you to the real primary. You draw an insect, you name the body parts. Then in the SST social studies, they tell you what is a map. So what is the difference? What we are teaching is basically the same theory. Because when you say that you should uniquely pay teachers of science more than the teachers of arts, when we do not have laboratories and we do not have equipment, I mean it comes to the same. Then 2, it relates to what the Honorable Cecily Ogwal raised. Did we find out, did we do research to find out that why we are not having development in our science sector is because of the teachers' low pay? Is that researched? Do we have information to back up that? Or it was just a position that we came up with that let's increase the salary? Because what I'm discovering and what I'm finding out in schools, it is not the problem of having inadequate teaching. It is actually lack of equipment, lack of enough books, lack of laboratory equipment that is making and pulling the science down.
Order, Madam Speaker. Order.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Order, Madam Speaker.
There is a procedural matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to make reference to Article 40, which you have just read to us, and I want to pay attention to B. Economic rights. Parliament shall enact laws to ensure equal payment for equal work without discrimination. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister presented to us here and said because of resource constraints, government is not able to pay the arts teachers what they're demanding for right now. But in the midterm, government will do that. I am wondering whether we are proceeding right, Madam Speaker, without knowing from the Minister whether at that appropriate time T, when the resources will be available, they will offer the equal pay plus areas that would have accrued to the arts teachers. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Minister will respond to that. Minister, take note of that. And I want you to read Article 40B together with the Clause 2. Every person in Uganda has a right to practice his or her profession and to carry out lawful occupation, trade, or business. So we all have a right to do what we think we are capable of doing, but we must have an equal pay.
And my last clarification, Right Honourable Speaker, was on the timeline. Right Honourable Speaker, I wanted the Minister to clarify for us when is government going to take action, because the promise seems indefinite. That is my last clarification.
Tom Bright. Tom Bright.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Tom Bright, Amot, Member of Parliament, Chaka Central, Chegegwa District.
Right Honorable Speaker, however much we are protecting teachers, we are not protecting our children. When I was in school, I remember you couldn't get any combination without any English, good results from English. You should pass some other art subjects so that you can get a very good performance or a very good science course or combination. Use an example of PEM. There's no way you can get PEM without economics, and economics is not part of science. To me, I believe in 5 years ahead, our country will lack people who will be studying science unless the Ministry of Education streamlines the issue of science classes to be different from arts subjects. I beg to submit.
Proceed. I am coming this side. I've left the other side.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to put it on record that for me, I'm a science teacher, and a science teacher of chemistry and math. Madam Speaker, I remember, I think it was in the last Parliament, around 2018, where this issue came up of teachers. And we stood here and gave explanations on why we cannot consider arts teachers alone, science teachers alone, and leave out the arts teachers. Now today it comes true, where science teachers have been considered and arts teachers have been brought on board and their salary has been increased. But I don't know whether, like Honorable Tom has said, I don't know whether government is aware of the danger of what it has brought. As I speak today, come I think next year when we shall be having senior sixes and sitting their exams, we are going to realize that most students are not going to perform very well to qualify for science courses in the university. For you to be an engineer with PEM, that is mechanical engineering, you must do your PEM. You must have BAG, where BAG has geography. You must have MEG, where MEG has economics and entrepreneurship, and very many other courses where arts is really considered and helps very much. For me, there are courses that up to now I still think are supposed to be science courses. In Makerere today, Madam Speaker, when you're given an education course of mathematics and economics, you're taken as an arts teacher when you cross-check. Therefore, government needs to be aware of the danger that it is. Secondly, Madam Speaker.
Simbwa. Simbwa is not there. Hillary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we interrogate the spirit under which the government is moving, we need to get back to who we are. Uganda is naturally an artistic nation. Much as we want the innovations, the art industry, the arts have taken this country to the level where it is now. It is unfortunate that before we appreciate it, we want to go to the science advancement, which is not bad, but we must appreciate that art has taken Uganda where it is now. Madam Speaker, where is the spirit coming from? And why now? If we can't afford having a holistic approach towards this move, why are we creating the discriminative move? Why are we discriminating other people? And why are we creating this challenge? Because as we talk, Madam Speaker, me as an artist, I'm seeing this as an attack to the art and arts in general. When we go to schools, Madam Speaker, where we come from, we used to have things like national cultural days. They are no longer there. National festivals.
Aisha. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. President of UBC. Madam Speaker, I consider myself a scientist. And I want to report that I have learnt of a school where a staff room is divided into two by papyrus mat, a section of art teachers, another section of science teachers. That's the environment we have created, which is a very disappointing environment. Having said that, I want to learn from the minister what was the objective of this creation. What was the objective and what is the expected outcome? If it is to create employment, is this a solution to employment? If it is to make people innovative, how have they treated people before that have been innovative? Right Honorable Speaker, I know for a fact that Professor Ogwang innovated a drug that would cure malaria. What did government do? They awarded him a certificate and full stop. They did not help him to create a factory to produce his medicine. By now would be employing many people, would have inspired many people, and probably many people would be more innovative than it is now. Instead, they gave him a certificate. So I want to learn from the minister, what are we curing actually by creating a discriminative pay policy? Is it employment? Are we solving a employment problem? Is it innovation? Or just to divide? We know that for a fact they wanted to divide UNATO as an organization. Is it to divide the workers' union as they have done? What is the objective? And finally, Madam Speaker, we have said here that mindset is a problem. Even as NRM came, they said that they were tired of jobs. They are tired of job seekers. Is this solving? Thank you. Jimmy Okena.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I come from the train of thought that the greatest asset that Uganda has is its people. And for the people to continue, it is our children who must carry our dreams forward. Clearly, not all of us are going to be scientists. I believe the education system should be there to enhance the gifts which our children have. We need to develop their talents and get their knowledge to a level where they can be competitive in any corner of this world. There are some of our students who are great athletes. We need to develop those skills. If we expect everybody to be a scientist, we are actually not helping ourselves and we're just creating a disaster. On top of that, although government is talking about the development of scientists, I have not seen a manpower development policy from government, or what requirements do they foresee Uganda needs, that we are working towards developing that. In reality, Madam Speaker, our children spend more time with teachers than with ourselves. 9 months of a year, they're with teachers. Throughout the day, they're with teachers. But we cannot put our children in a toxic environment where we have divided the teachers. And these teachers are the ones who are going to be able to create in our children a hope for the future. Madam Speaker, I am really requesting government to sit back and review what they're doing and look at the complete consequence of what is happening. The student today has to be competitive. COVID has shown us with IT, they are going to be in direct competition with other children who are going to be getting all the gifts available to them. If we
Honorable Awol.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a teacher. And I want to go down now to a school a school in Gulu, take for example Gulu Senior Secondary School. I'm a teacher of science, but forever I say it is not good to divide teachers. Let teachers be treated according to grades. We used to have grades, and I think we should still continue with that grading, the grades. The grade, is it the certificate, the diploma, the university or degrees, and so on and so forth. Now, if you go to Gulu Senior Secondary School, you will find that the arts teachers could be about 100 and something, and the science teachers about 20. You are motivating the 20, and you are leaving the 100 and so. Are we not killing education? Education is the cornerstone of our development. If we want our country to continue to progress, even to this money economy that we talk of so much, we need education. Why are we killing education? We are killing education by bringing a lot of disharmony in the education. Let us motivate all the teachers. When teachers were actually graded, there was a lot of harmony. But now that you are segregating science, arts, I am science. I'm not so eloquent in English, but I love also the English people. When they speak, I feel very great. And in school, you start with the...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is that Jimmy?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Selvra Stefan. I'm a teacher by profession. Right Honorable Speaker, teaching is a passionate job. As a teacher, teachers have been doing this work out of love. That's why you even find that teachers are teaching even beyond their load because of their passion to make students pass. Right Honorable Speaker, what else can, for example, make us pass a supplementary budget than the future of our children? What else can make this country or parliament pass a supplementary budget than the future of our children, Right Honorable Speaker? Outside there are people saying that MPs are not minding about the future of their children because their children are studying from international schools and even they are studying abroad. Right Honorable Speaker, it's my humble appeal and to the members of parliament who are here that we can pass a supplementary budget to bail our children, not to crucify us and curse us in future for having damaged their future.
Honorable members, let's first not talk about a supplementary budget before we adopt the resolutions. We have not started even using the money for 2020 to 2023. The money has not been released. Let's not go into supplementaries first. Let's have the resolutions approved, agreed upon. Akelo Lucy, Afoya Chan. There is a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Lucy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to start from the point of your guidance, where you say that we come up with a resolution as a House. And for me, my suggestion is, since we have not yet started implementing this, let us put to hold this decision, either by government or what, until all this thing has been resolved. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we are talking about arts, science. Honorable Laura talked about the special categories of teachers. And I want to add the kindergarten teachers. Without these teachers who taught you how to count 1, 2, or even identify A, B, C, were you going to be a scientist? Were you going to be an artist? These are people who have been completely forgotten. Madam Speaker, this debate, let us not look at it as a very simple thing. It is actually causing a very big problem it is bringing a very big problem. It's bringing a big problem. I was recently invited to one of the schools to talk to the students, S5 students. 10% of the students in S5 were offering arts subjects, and the 90% were doing science. And let me tell you, the 10% who are doing the arts subjects felt like they were total failures, simply because our head of state has come out clearly to demonize arts. And let me tell you, these students say it is useless.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to stand and categorically say that...
Madam Speaker, sorry, I didn't want to disrupt the Commissioner. In our rules, the ruling party sit on the right hand of the Speaker. They have spoken on this matter for almost over an hour. Now you came to the right hand of the Speaker for us to speak. It is also NRM speaking.
It's okay. She's an independent. You will speak after her. She's an independent.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to state that in this matter of salary enhancement, I think government is setting a very bad precedent. I want to ask the minister, are you ready to enhance everybody's salary by 300%? Including MPs, of course. Because this is a very bad precedent that I think the government is not going to be able to sustain. Are we willing to leave everything else and only pay wages in this government? In my opinion, we need to reconsider this before it is implemented. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Samuju, Florence.
I want to thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be very brief. The Dean. Madam Speaker, when President Idi Amin captured power, the country was working on decrees. He announced a land decree. One time he announced another decree that resulted into the chasing of Asians. The problem that this parliament is not dealing with is a problem of aminism, of running the state by directives. The Committee on Education, in their report, you can check on page 38, this particular proposal came as a way of a directive that the president now has directed. The president has now signed a coffee bill. The president now has ordered the revower. The president has now done this. This is what this parliament must do, deal with aminism. You cannot run a country by president, I'm referring to Idi Amin, sleeping and the following day you announce a policy, no research. And that's why I wanted to put the Honorable Commissioner Silwanyi on order. Because a senior NRM leader, for you not to know that you are dealing with a directive, we're not dealing with a policy. Someone slept somewhere and he said, now I direct. And I pity and sympathize with the senior people like the Honorable Mururi Mukasa. Today, they make you work like a lorry. They load you with the chap. The following day, they load you.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Kawo Florence, Woman MP, Kasese District. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about the teachers. It is my prayer that before government draws a thick line between the science teachers and arts teachers, it should first look at the issue of equipping laboratories and technical institutions. It is a pity, Right Honorable Speaker, that a country like Uganda, that produces engineers every year, still imports toothpicks from China. The beautiful roads you see around are built by companies from China. We have to look at the skills of these people. Giving more salary to some teachers will not solve a problem. Right, Honorable Speaker, the science and arts teachers all go to the same market. They go to the same hospitals. They take their children to the same schools, so they should equally be given salary. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Madam Speaker, you have given me after her.
Zijan, then the last desk.
Procedure.
Thank you, Right
Procedure,
Honorable
Madam
Speaker.
Procedure. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it does not require rocket science to appreciate the dynamics, the power dynamics of a meeting between a military general and leaders of teachers. What we need to pay attention to was the setting of the meeting at Kololo, in which these leaders are said to have agreed to lay down, to cease their industrial action and go back to school. The teachers generally have turned against the position that their leaders took. And if you investigate further, you might realize that these teachers were coerced, intimidated, and made to accept the directive, as Honorable Semju has been saying. There was, in contract law, we have a concept called consensus ad idem. There has to be a meeting of the mind where these minds agree to agree on something. I am inclined to think that the environment under which the teachers agreed to cease industrial action was not an environment of equality in terms of power of negotiation. The president must have intimidated them. He's a 5-star military general. These are poor teachers.
I am not sure.
We should investigate those dynamics and see whether they agreed or not.
Zijan, I am not sure that they were intimidated. That is a hearsay. Can you withdraw that intimidation part?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I withdraw the bit that I think that the military general was intimidated, and I hold that we investigate as to whether he intimidated them or not, Right Honorable Speaker.
There was no intimidation. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is that Emmanuel?
Yes. Madam Speaker, I'm on the Committee of Education and Sports. And my wife is a teacher. When I called her this morning to ask if she was in class, she told me, if your interest is for us to be in class, we will go to class. But shall we be teaching? So I leave that there. Madam Speaker, I have been cautioning teachers in Greater Nebi because they have a forum where I am. And I've been telling particularly science teachers to be careful. They shouldn't celebrate. Because for me, I know that there is a different aim to this also, not only about innovation. The other, ONATU is growing to be a very strong organization. And I want to believe some of our people are not comfortable with strong organizations, so they want to break them. That is the caution I've been giving to teachers. In the Committee of Education and Sports, Madam Speaker, I, at one point when we were discussing this, stated clearly that now, which language is used for teaching science if it is not English? So, this famous science, what language is used for teaching it? Now you don't want to reward an English teacher because that is not science, that is arts, and yet you are using that language to teach your science. I think we need to be cautious about that. So please, My suggestion is that let us go back and allow Ministry of Public Service to do their work.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, you've given me.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. Today, the President's vision is on science, and all ministers are madly in love with science. When he wakes up tomorrow with another vision, singing praises on arts, all ministers will shift to singing arts. Do our ministers ever advise the President that some vision or other vision endanger this country? 3 weeks down the road, our children have not been study learners. 3 weeks, private schools have been taking their learners through school. Government schools have been on strike. Government must and should honor the agreement they made with UNATU, said that all salaries are paid, all our public servants, and especially teachers, both science and arts, are equally paid. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm part of the Public Service and Local Government Committee of this Parliament. And Madam Speaker, these are some of the issues continuously we are handling. And you are aware some time back we had to handle the medical workers and the allied health workers. And on top of that, Madam Speaker, as we are processing the budget, many other unions and other associations could show that really their salary enhancement is due. And the local governments were equally so disgruntled, whereby the cows have got to supervise the DHOs and the engineers who have far much earning, according to what they also have. The LC files together with the LC ones all were so much perturbed. Madam Speaker, that is implying we have a very bigger problem. Now, where our cabinet has given us a solution to the pending matters in the country, and it has no basis, it has not given model, it has not given research, whereas here we are considering evidence-based. No fear has been referred to that what we are handling as a country is what is going to lead us to the best as per their statement. We shall request, as an individual, I'm science-based, I'm of the science background, but there is no way I can ever accept and also support this inequality the way it is today. So as parents, being that we are legislators and we are parents in the whole country, and we are amongst our children are the arts teachers, the science teachers, the engineers, and the lawyers, amongst others. Let's go back. Let's find that parental language to our workforce and encourage it further.
I beg.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a scientist by training and by choice. When I went to school, I never expected that there will be a day in life.
Honorable members, if you're not going to speak on this matter, there is still a very important matter on health. And you'll contribute.
Right.
Not everybody will contribute, but the next one will get people who have not talked.
Right, Honorable
Yes.
Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when I went to school, I never expected that there will be a time where I use my profession advantage over others. It is wrong in this country to discriminate teachers based on whether they are scientists or artists. That strategy is wrong. For those people who are in education and who are in government, I want to recommend to you 2 countries that have used education as a driver for the economy, and they have succeeded. One of the countries is Bahamas, another one is Finland. Go and study them and benchmark what they did. Right Honorable Speaker, last week I visited a university in Italy and they offer a degree in coffee economics and science. It is a country that imports our coffee. For us who grow coffee, we don't have that degree. Government should go back and come up with a paper on how we are going to develop technology and innovation, so that we don't do things by chance. What we are doing now is going to harm, is very detrimental to the teachers. You cannot disorganize education the way we are doing. Let us come back here with a paper, well researched, well studied, so that we can know how we are going to promote innovation and technology. It is not true that science is a domain for innovation. Innovation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm Mayanja Alan from Nakasika Central. Madam Speaker, the last time I watched Minister Muloli Mukasa and his colleagues like Honorable Marion on television was when the two were throwing threats at teachers other than calling them for honest discussion. But on the Speaker, these public servants, public workers, they are fighting for their rights, economic rights, under Article 40. These threatening messages should stop immediately, on the Speaker. And the demand for salary increments cuts across both in public and private sector, considering the costs and standards of living today. It's a national problem which government must address, not forgetting the issue of minimum labor wage, as this is the only meaningful solution to avoid industrial action. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Samakula.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable members, in my village there is a saying that you can take the horse to the well, but you cannot force the horse to drink. Teachers are being forced back to class, but it should be on record, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable members, but that they are not teaching. They are just there to pass time. I understand, Right Honourable Speaker, that government can have a solution, because in all aspects, all teachers should be treated equally. Whether you are a science teacher or an arts teacher, you are all equally important. In some countries, Right Honourable Speaker, some countries have devised what they call professional allowance, special professional allowances, which are paid to those who are exceptional in certain professions. So, Right Honourable Speaker, in my conclusion, we should find a way how to talk to these teachers, otherwise they are going back to classes, but they are not teaching. Yes, information. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Seongo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker and honourable members, if God willing, Honourable Speaker with the indulgence, if I'm given an extra minute to be useful to this House. Honourable Speaker, I want to correct records. It was in 2011, not 2009, when we were in this Parliament, 9th Parliament, under the Committee of Social Services, where teachers were striking and we met the Prime Minister in his office. They selected only the 6 members of Parliament from the committee to which I was party. When we went, we argued with the Prime Minister as of then, that's no Mama Babas, that teachers should be paid in a phasing manner, where we gave them 15% for 4 60, then 15, until they got their 100%, realizing their 500, the minister is saying. So correct that record. It was not in 2009. Secondly, let nobody mislead this parliament that teachers are teaching because they were sent back under duress. But we don't have to go deep into what happened. Right now, Speaker, Kampala district alone has 25 government secondary schools. Then it has 630 private secondary schools. Once you want to promote science, that means you must cater for all the schools in the country, because we are promoting science. So you cannot have any logic by saying that if you cater for government schools alone, science will be improved at the cost of private schools. Because government is mandated to educate all the children. Right now, Speaker, there is a wrong perception created by government that science teachers are at the level of doctors. That's wrong. Doctors spend 6 years in the university. In education, the one I did, we had 16 course units, bachelors of education.
Love. Karim, then Love.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll join my colleagues in appreciating and thanking the teachers who have decided to go back to teach our students, despite the fact that their demands have not yet been met. I'm personally against the government decision and position of enhancing salaries of only the science teachers, which I believe they should do it collectively. All teachers need a pay raise, and according to the proposal, they had suggested to increase that of scientists by about 300%. I believe we could go to 200%, but it cuts across all the teachers, and maybe 300% in the next financial year for all the teachers, instead of increasing for only the scientists now and for the arts later on. So I believe we need to have more of a step. So we are going to increase this year by 200%. Next year it will increase by again 50%, the other year by 50%. So that is my suggestion. And lastly, before I give way for information, it's good.
You are not giving away for information. Leader of position, can you speak?
Lastly, before I sit down, it's good the Honorable Minister is sitting next to the Senior Minister, who is the Minister of Health. And I believe they are all earning the same salary because they are all ministers. For him, he's the minister in the field of arts. He's not getting less than the Honorable Dr. Ruth Acheng, who is a minister in the sector of sciences. So I believe we need to have a uniform salary, because as cabinet, there is no discrimination. In parliament, we have no discrimination. Why does the minister want discrimination in schools? So I think we need to have... Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to address myself to the Minister's statement and say it was well stated to include the ongoing industrial action. Honorable Minister, your statement is lacking also in the aspects of science. It should have carried with it some statistics. This House ought to know the total number of teachers, both science teachers and arts teachers, you are earmarking for salary enhancement. And also the amount of money for the arts required for enhancement of salaries of arts teachers. Is it also, because the formula for that of science teachers is now known, 300% over. This statement is therefore very hollow when it comes to lacking in every aspect that information pertaining to the formula you are going to use to enhance the salaries of arts teachers. Honorable Minister, I expected your statement to make a commitment on whether, as government, you are still interested in harmonizing salaries of public officers. by constituting a salaries and remunerations review commission. Your statement remains very shy, mentioning that. Also, when it comes to timelines and the commitment on implementation, you have not, in your statement, indicated when you are going to implement the collective bargaining agreement that was signed way back in 2018. Information granted.
Thank you very much,
Honorable Minister. Honorable
Madam,
Minister, can you respond to the questions raised?
Madam Speaker, before he
Can
comes, my Shadow Minister of Public, my Shadow Minister of Public Service.
You've never been a speaker in the House. You don't give
No,
out.
I'm requesting, I'm just seeking
Honorable Minister.
your indulgence to allow the line Minister
Honorable
of
Minister.
Public Service to make a response to his council.
Honorable Minister, give us a response.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members. Indeed, I would like to appreciate the concern for the arts teachers and the advice that has been given in this debate regarding enhancement. Right Honourable Speaker, let me say from the outset that government is committed to enhancement. And now that we are getting slightly out of the COVID pandemic, the report of the Minister of Health notwithstanding, I think the enhancement is now going to go back on its course. Right Honourable Speaker, it is true we signed the comprehensive bargaining agreement way back, and part of that agreement was actually fulfilled, and it should have gone on course if these other interventions had not taken place. But we are still committed, and indeed the way forward now is to have further negotiations with the labor unions so that we can now have a review of that agreement and then set it squarely on course. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker, in conclusion, clarification, because it would appear by the microphone being switched off that actually we don't have time. So let me conclude. The ideas which have been given to us here are indeed very important, and they'll be used in the further development with the negotiations with the labor unions and making sure that actually the enhancement is on course.
I am about to send you before to National Theatre. Can you before sit?
Right Honourable Speaker, in conclusion, regarding the strike of UNATU, I would like to make it clear that there was no intimidation, and the leaders of UNATU, actually having talked and listened to all the stakeholders at that meeting, agreed to put off the strike. And indeed, the members of parliament representing workers were also part of that meeting. So really, it is not in order. It is not in order. It is not in order.
I know you're a teacher.
It is not in order to
You
impute
sit.
wrong motives
Sit.
of coercion when actually some of the members were not there. I was in that meeting. Whatever transpired, I know. And it is on record. After all the statements had been made, the leaders of the union remained at Kololo with the MPs representing workers, and they talked over the matter. And out of their own volition, they said they should call off the strike. However, we are going to continue with the negotiations to make sure that the proper timeline of enhancement is provided. What do you mean? When is this going to happen? Yes. No. No, I'm not the speaker. I'm not the speaker. And we would like to wind up. What is clear is that, yes, beginning the next financial year, however, the negotiations are going to continue. Beginning next financial year, we shall continue with the enhancement. And indeed, certain sectors of the public service, including the teachers, that has not been enhanced this time, will be enhanced. The question of science and the importance and the critical nature of science, I think given the short time that we have, we cannot exhaust this. We need really a whole paper about this to really appreciate the importance of science. And when we look at the development of societies, science is really at the base. And then these other sectors of knowledge are in the superstructure. So science, much as the scientists may not be very many, are very critical and crucial. And countries, Right Honorable Speaker, that have adopted science to a critical mass have developed faster than countries that have taken the arts line. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honorable members for that.
Honorable members, given the magnitude of the issues that have been raised on this matter, and then the responses of the minister has responded, and as I said before, it was not to our expectation, and we need to have, and the fact that the report of Education Committee was also distorted, which was adopted by this House. I now want a normal motion to be presented to this House tomorrow on the resolutions that the House passed on the report of education, on the action plans. That's what we should resolve. I am giving 5 honorable members to draft a motion. I'll give Chairman of Education, Chairman of Public Service, Honorable Duru Jonathan, Honorable Shadow, and Waka Konihira. Tomorrow I need your motion in this House, and we will go by the resolution. If you have issues that you want to raise that are pertinent to this issue, take it to the to that committee of 5, so that we don't go and debate again. We only adopt the resolutions. Next item.
Item 4, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Health to selected health facilities in Busoga, Elgon, Bukedi, Ankole, and Buganda sub-regions to assess the state of healthcare service delivery.
Honorable members, the matters of health, you know, are really paramount and affect almost everybody and all of us. And we had our Committee of Health go to those sub-regions during their oversight duty, and the report is ready for presentation. We evaluate, we see the action points, and see if we can be able to improve the quality of health in this country. Honorable Chair, and I am also happy that the Minister is around. Minister, there was a question that I dodged because we didn't have an answer on the issue of pox, where is the honorable member? Monkeypox. How prepared are we to handle the monkeypox? Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For the record, my name is Dr. Charles Ayume, Chairperson, Parliamentary Committee on Health, Member of Parliament, Koboko Municipality. Right Honorable Speaker, between the 30th of May 2022 and the 3rd of June 2022, the Parliamentary Committee, as part of its oversight function, visited 5 sub-regions in this country, which included Bukedi, Buganda, Busoga, Elgon, and Ankole sub-regions. We visited 21 districts and 33 health centers. That included 3 general hospitals, 15 health center 4s, and the rest were health center 3s. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee prepared the report, and I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Health to the selected health facilities in Busoga, Elgon, Bukedi, Ankole, and Buganda sub-regions to assess the state of health service delivery, together with its appendages, the data collection tools. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Please lay. The report was uploaded. Kindly check on your iPad.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In the interest of time, I beg that we go to the observations, findings, but for purposes of members to look at health facilities that may be of interest to them, I beg we go to page 15, which has the geographical scope of the health centers that were visited. That is on page 15. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't have to read all the 33 health facilities. As you had guided, the report was uploaded. So we shall move straight to page 16, which has the findings, observations, and recommendations. So, Right Honorable Speaker, bullet 6 highlights the performance of key health indicators at the health facilities. As I had guided earlier, that we developed a tool which looked at some of the indicators like theater functionality, it looked at the outpatient, it looked at ambulances, and so many other indicators which we shall go through. When we go to table 3, Right Honorable Speaker, we teased out maternal deaths, stillbirths, early neonatal deaths, and the last column is the period. That is on page 16, colleagues. When you look at that table, maternal deaths, Tororo Hospital topped it with 6. This is an indicator that as a country we are trying to fight Budaka Health Center 4-3, Muyembe Health Center 4-3, and so forth. Still births, we could see there were 20, Tororo Hospital, Budaka 20, Muyembe Health Center 420, and so forth. Now, still births means by the time a mother gives birth, the baby is dead. It could be macerated, or it could be fresh. Macerated means most likely the baby died before the mother came to hospital, and that will tell from the color complexion of the newly born baby, the dead baby. While fresh, the color is usually pink, and that could be attributed to factors that happened during delivery. Early neonatal deaths, that column is also quite important because a neonate is a baby that is less than 4 weeks old. That's 28 days. So we would want to know, why are these children dying? They are born alive, but then they die after. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, the annual health sector performance report indicates that we have 92 maternal deaths per 100,000 births. That is the deaths that occur in the health facilities. Of course, there are community deaths, and those are hit very hard. But we all know that the maternal mortality ratio is 336 deaths per 100,000 births. I would like to draw your attention, Right Honorable Speaker, to Table 4, which is on page 18. Table 4 shows the key child delivery indicators by health facility. And if you look at the various columns there, again, Tororo General Hospital led all the health facilities with 2,000 deliveries and 500 cesarean sections. So, colleagues, try and narrow down, Right Honorable Speaker, let's try and narrow our observation to Budaka Health Center 4, which had 1,250 deliveries and 225 C-sections. Rekubo, which is in Isinjoro district, at 891 deliveries and 454 cesarean sections. The period of data collection is in the last column. Incidentally, in my previous assignment, Right Honorable Speaker, 6 years ago, Budaka was registering 0 cesarean sections. They had a medical officer who only worked every Tuesday. And the district council was comfortable with that until we arrested him. I'm very happy to see that they have 225 C-sections. And Rekubo, 10 years ago, was a health center for whose theater was a home for goats. But I'm very happy to say that it has now transformed, and we are seeing life being born out of the theater with 450 cesarean sections. And then the rest is self-explanatory according to the table. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 20, the committee recommends that investing in health center fours would help in strengthening the referral pathway, as shown by good functionality of some health center fours. The government, through Ministry of Health, should compile a report on the functionality of theaters in all health center fours countrywide so as to develop an inventory of equipment, staff, and supplies, among others. Since hemorrhage is one of the leading, that is on page 20, part of the recommendation, since hemorrhage is one of the leading causes of maternal deaths, the budget of Uganda blood transfusion services should be increased to facilitate collection of more units of blood. What we need as a country is 450,000 liters of blood per year, and we are slightly below this target. So it's important that we appropriate more. Government should increase the budget for the National Ambulance System service so that ambulances are available at the regional call and dispatch centers to meet the increasing demand by health facilities. Right Honorable Speaker, we move to bullet 6.2, which is staffing levels in health facilities. That is on page 21. And the table speaks for itself. We move to that is table 5. Let's move to table 6, Right Honorable Speaker, which shows staffing level of key medical personnel at the health facilities. I must say, Right Honorable Speaker, that as had been shown in table 5, there's a lot of a disparity between staffing levels across all local governments, and the catchword here is local governments. There are reasons that are peculiar to some local governments, despite the fact that central government appropriates money every financial year, but this money is returned to the Treasury. Some of it includes failure to promote attraction and retention factors like accommodation and remuneration. So table 6, Right Honorable Speaker, on page 22, we teased out 3 important personnel there. The first one is the medical officer, second is the midwife, and the third is the anesthetic officer. These are the ones who put us to sleep in theatre. And that table clearly shows the disparity across all health center force. And for those facilities that have these cadres in place, they have high output. Like I had shown you, for example, Rekubo Health Center 4 has 6 medical officers, 18 midwives, and 3 anesthetic officers. While if you looked at Nagongera Health Center 4, they have 0 anesthetic officers. And it speaks why the time when we went to visit, they had only done 6 cesarean sections. Whenever they want to do a cesarean section, they have to hire an anesthetic officer from Tororo town at a cost. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg we move to page 25 in the interest of time. Committee observation, a lot of money of wage is returned to the consolidated fund because district service commissions have failed to recruit staff. Some positions fail to attract applicants due to low remuneration for the health workers and lack of other facilities like education. There was rampant absenteeism of health workers and a laissez-faire attitude towards work. The monitoring of these facilities by Ministry of Health and DHOs is not adequate. The district health officer, for example, Bujiri, snubbed calls by the district officials and the parliamentary committee at the time of visit, and they told us this is a norm. Health centers found in districts that had health projects or were refugee hosting, e.g. Rekubo in the Isinjiro district had additional staff like doctors and midwives, and this translated into higher output to other health center force, compared to other health center force. So the committee recommends the government through the Ministry of Finance should effect the salary enhancements. Attraction and retention factors of staff recruitment have to be addressed to fulfill these vacant positions. Ministry of Public Service and MOH should finalize the long-awaited new staff structure. I'm very happy that the 2 ministers are here because whenever we meet, it's the rhetoric of there's a staff structure coming up, but we want to see this staff structure in place so that we could mitigate some of these issues. District service commissions should expeditiously fill vacant positions and confirm staff who have been in acting capacity. Right Honorable Speaker, we see this all over the country. Sometimes clinical officers go back to do medicine for 5 years. They come back and they're still paid as clinical officers. We have seen that in the north in our previous oversight, but this was common in Bulambuli, in Muyembe Health Center 4, where we have a doctor who was qualified, took study leave, comes back, and she's still being paid as a clinical officer. The committee observations, lack of on-site accommodation, that's on page 27. Lack of on-site accommodation for staff negatively impacts on their performance since a lot of time and funds are spent on commuting to and from the health facility. Our recommendations, the government should continue with its efforts of building the stock of houses for health workers, accommodation at the health facilities. There should be renovation of accommodation facilities which are very old so as to enable health personnel reside at work. Right Honourable Speaker, page 28, that is 6.4. We are looking at availability of pharmaceutical and medical supplies, what in layman's language we call the medicines. And we took stock of a certain type of drugs that we think are essential for functionality of the Health Center 4 and Health Center 3. And Table 7 clearly shows that. However, Right Honourable Speaker, there was a general observation across health facilities visited that anti-malarials, malaria is the #1 killer of, #1 cause of morbidity and mortality in this country. And it was quite sad that there was under-delivery of anti-malarials in cycle 6. That was the last cycle in June, and most health workers were grappling. National medical stores only delivered coatem 6, that is for children. So most people were told to go and buy, and that was increasing out-of-pocket expenditure. And of course, poor prognosis and mortality for those who didn't have the money. Committee observations, that is on page 31. Rehabilitation at a number of health centers has led to increased patient load, and yet the budget for medicines has remained static despite increasing prices for medicines due to the depreciation of the shilling against the US dollar. Stockouts of crucial medicines like anti-malarials, Right Honourable Speaker, I've already spoken about that. Our recommendation therefore is the budget for NMS should be increased in the medium term to cater for the increasing demand for pharmaceuticals and medicine consumables. The Ministry of Health and NMS should adopt a bottom-up approach and get specific requirements for health facilities which should be proportional to the catchment population and disease burden in the area. On the issue of anti-malarials, I've spoken about that. However, I also wanted to say that the committee observed there was a high prevalence of sickle cell disease in the Bukedi sub-region, and I would want to salute the team at Budaka Health Center for starting a sickle cell clinic. They did not wait. They started it on their own, and I think these are people who should get medals and be rewarded on some of these big days. And there's a scientific reason to the high prevalence. Right Honourable Speaker, page 32, the state of maternity services. When we go to page 33, the committee observations, the distance from lower health facilities to higher levels is long, and that renders referrals risky for mothers in labour. This is made worse by lack of ambulances and ill-equipped ambulances with no resuscitation equipment, which some of us here buy, and more of transportation vehicles. The committee therefore recommends that factors that address access to and quality of maternity services should be addressed. This includes midwives, medicines, consumables, infrastructure, and equipment. Hard to reach and live areas should be prioritized when planning for service deliveries. These are areas like Bulambuli, Manafwa, and then the island districts of Buvuma, Namaingo, and Kalangala. Right Honourable Speaker, bullet 6.7, which is on page 35, the state of laboratories. I would like to draw your attention to table 8, which shows us functionality of laboratories in the health services. This is a very important component, Right Honourable Speaker, because it helps us to diagnose and effectively treat what has been diagnosed. If we move to page 38, the committee reiterates its earlier recommendation on the need to increase the budget for NMS. The committee further recommends that the regional maintenance workshops should service the safety cabinets on time so that the laboratories that have these cabinets can function optimally. Hospital administrators should provide periodic reports to the DHO about the state of equipment in the laboratories. And then there is need to ensure that the CBC and chemistry machines in hospitals, which are a very important diagnostic and treatment monitoring test, should be installed at health center first to reduce referrals. Sometimes people are referred because they cannot access these very important tests. So the ministry should prioritize these at health center first. Right Honorable Speaker, we move to page 38, which is bullet 6.8, availability of imaging services. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know that imaging services are very important in the diagnosis of disease. So the committee made an observation that ultrasound machines, which are one of the most basic imaging services, are lacking in health center force, but some have taken it upon themselves through well-wishers to buy. Like one of my colleagues, Dr. Kamara, has done a good job in his constituency. But also in Nagongera Health Center 4, Rotary International bought an ultrasound machine. However, it is not free. They charge 10 to 15,000 shillings for maintenance and to pay the sonographer who comes on specific days. So the committee recommends that due to the emerging clinical and public health issues and increase in the population in rural areas, health center 3s should have fetal Dopplers and ultrasound scans, while health center 4s should have fetal Dopplers, ultrasound scans, and X-ray machines. Right Honorable Speaker, I want you to put this into context. An ultrasound machine may cost anywhere between 5 to 10 million shillings. If we multiplied 5 times 200 health center 4s, that would cost 1 billion shillings. 1 billion shillings. I want you to underline 1 billion shillings. Those are 2 V8 Land Cruisers. So if any of our cabinet officials is devoid of 2 V8 Land Cruisers, we would have all the health center 4s, the 200 health center 4s with ultrasound machines. So let's try and put these things into context. The committee further recommends that the prerequisite staff should be also included in the human resource structure and recruited. In the spirit of task shifting, modular courses for sonography can also be made readily available. Because some of these areas we have seen nurses being trained to operate these machines, even doctors, as we wait for public service to put sonographers on the structure. As we wait, underline that. Ultrasound services in a health facility should be free, and if it's under private wing services like in a hospital, it should be declared as non-tax revenue. Ultrasound and basic services should cascade to health center 4s as a matter of policy. General observation on equipment. Right Honorable Speaker, the state of equipment is a very big issue, and yet we need equipment to functionalize these facilities. But we are seeing that the challenges of power, lack of spare parts, missing parts, sometimes there are manuals in foreign languages, and these affect the turnaround time of faulty equipment. The committee recommends Ministry of Health to take interest in cases where equipment breaks down and no report filed. The ministry should engage managers of the different facilities where these cases have arisen and ask them to show cause as to why no steps have been taken. Health facilities should regularly establish an inventory of equipment, clearly stating the functional and non-functional equipment and the necessary action. This should be disseminated to the DHO regional workshops and MOH. Now, on page 41, Right Honorable Speaker, at the top, the budget for regional maintenance workshops all over the country was 2.7 billion, and our pleas to increase this to 15 fell on deaf ears and were given 2.7. So that means whenever equipment breaks down, like in the case of Tororo Hospital, we have a brand new X-ray machine which has been down for the last 2 years due to power outages which blew up a very important component. It was fixed, but they are afraid to put it back on again because of the power outages. So some of the issues of the health sector you can see are not housed in the health sector. This is an energy problem. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Health should recruit more biomedical engineers since the new medical equipment is becoming more sophisticated. The technicians are usually used to remove the spare part and put, but now it is more of .com. So Ministry of Health should explore the option of having service contracts with suppliers or different procurement options like equipment placement where an X-ray is put and it is not owned by government, but what the ministry does is pay a monthly fee, or what we call reagent markup, where somebody puts his machine there and makes a markup on cost. In these cases, the equipment is owned but is maintained by the supplier at a fee. So we are saying that have a supplier like Philips or Siemens put their machine there and enter into a service contract where they have to come within a stipulated time to service and maintain this equipment. Some of you may go to equipment and weighing scales to health facilities, and weighing scales give you wrong results because they have not been calibrated in a long time. You may go for a glucose test. I'm just trying to put you this into perspective. You may go for a glucose test and the machine gives you faulty parameters, and then we overload you with normal saline, dextrose. Disposal of assets should be handled routinely as per the PPDA guidelines. There's a lot of equipment lying in these health facilities that needs to be disposed of. The rest was a typo. We are coming to an end. Right Honorable Speaker, 6.9, availability and adequacy of utilities. Utilities in health facilities is still a challenge in terms of electricity and water. Some of the health facilities are off the grid, Right Honorable Speaker. And those that are on the grid are grappling with high bills. Some need three-phase power in order to operate. Busolwe Hospital is being revamped, but for the new structure that will be put in place, we will need three-phase power. Again, that is housed in Ministry of Energy. And then we're also we recommend that cheaper options should be explored like solar energy and water harvesting systems. But I also want to salute the Ministry of Health that for the new facilities they are constructing, they are sinking motorized boreholes, and this is somehow serving the issue. Finally, last but not least, on page 43, we have 6.1, progress of ongoing constructions in Gombe and Busolwe hospitals. Right Honorable Speaker, I think, with your permission, my colleagues can read that. These are ongoing works with a few twitches, but the committee was fairly satisfied, but we have communicated to the Ministry of Health Infrastructure Department to put good where we found issues. If we went to 4.5, 6.1, that is page 45, the ambulance system, that's page 46. We have the table there. It shows health center falls with ambulances on page 46. The table is self-explanatory. And for the record, we have 3 types of ambulances, A, B, and C. And the one the Ministry of Health is procuring, the Land Cruiser type, which has resuscitation equipment, is the ideal type. What most of us give as members of parliament is merely the transporter. So, page 47. Page 47 shows the types of ambulances. And Right Honourable Speaker, the rest is appendages to show the ambulances that we have. On page 48, that's a tricycle. On page 49, page 50, it shows the hard body pickup. Page 51, and so forth. That's the evolution of our ambulance services. Right Honourable Speaker, on page 54, in conclusion, all health facilities visited have performed beyond their optimal levels. It shows at least there's a presence of government, despite the challenges faced. In order to improve healthcare service delivery, all stakeholders must be involved. Stakeholders at the local community, district authorities, and the national and global levels. They should include both political as well as technical and professional stakeholders. With more vigilance, more funding, and more accountability and partnerships, health sector challenges can be addressed. If the above recommendations are adopted, Right Honourable Speaker, the health facilities will further enhance their performance and the number of referrals to higher health facilities like general hospitals and national hospitals will reduce. This will enable the national hospitals concentrate on their specialized mandates. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I beg to move that this report be adopted by the House.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for a very good report. And this report is more of informative. I remember the Minister presented a comprehensive report to this House, and this is part of what they have still found out. And there is a motion that is following this report. Once we adopt this report, then we go to the motion. Minister, do you have anything to say on the report?
Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to thank the Chair and the committee members for the report. As you have clearly indicated, this report confirms what I presented a few months ago as regards the state of the health sector. Perhaps I would only comment on where progress has been made. One, we have to take note that the report is mainly about the local governments, and it would have been prudent that the Minister for Local Government should have been here, because some of those issues the Ministry of Health cannot attend to them without local government. But I will comment on a few. We have adequate anesthetists now in the country, thanks to the loan that was provided by this August House. We have trained anesthetists and they need to be recruited. That requires the local governments. Wage has been enhanced. It is also part of what is required for attraction and retention. The restructuring, Right Honourable Speaker, is almost complete. What we are left with is restructuring of the specialist services, and that is where discussion with the Ministry of Public Service is currently ongoing. The challenge with anti-malarials, I think I need to comment on this, and it is a true finding by the committee. Right Honourable Speaker, right now we are having an upsurge in 5 or 6 regions in the country. Karamoja, Acholi, Lango, Busoga, and Bukedia, with the heaviest burden being in Karamoja, Busoga, and Bukedia. And some people may be experiencing what we call black water fever, which is killing a lot of children. And because of that, Right Honorable Speaker, we channeled most of the anti-malarials to that area because we had come to the end of the financial year. We had to cater for those areas. Right now, a lot of procurement is ongoing to cover for the other areas, but also enhance these areas much more as we look for better ways of handling that upsurge of malaria. Right Honorable Speaker, we have adequate biomedical engineers now in the country. They are already in the new structure and they will be recruited. So on the whole, I want to agree. The report confirms what I presented here. We agree that the resolutions should be adopted and this August House should look for money to support the health sector. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. What we are going to do, I am happy the Minister has agreed with the resolution, with the findings and the recommendations. Clerk is going to extract the resolutions of the committee in this report and forward them over to the Minister for action. And would want the Minister to come and report back to this House on the action taken issue by issue, hospital by hospital. And you have an amendment? Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I earlier informed this House that Professor Gwang discovered an anti-malaria drug using our local herbs. Now that we have malaria as a problem, may we amend our resolutions to say that the ministry promotes Professor Ogwanga's medicine as an anti-malaria medicine to be used in the affected areas.
Is it seconded?
No. Clarification.
No. By the way, government is supporting Professor Ogwang. Government is supporting Professor Ogwang in whatever he's doing. That's one thing we should know. Any amendment to the recommendations? Yes, Tororo. Oiba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report and to thank the chair for flexibility, because when they were in Tororo, I asked them to also visit the General Hospital, and you can see the report that has been presented. But before I give my amendment to the prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, Tororo had the highest deliveries, 2,000. That was what was recorded. But I just want to inform this House, most of these were child mothers. We had one of the highest number of teenage pregnancies, and this is what I just wanted to state. And Right Honorable Speaker, also to indicate that that X-ray machine, the generator board blew, and it took the ministry close to 2 years to have that generator board imported and brought and fixed. Now everything has been fixed. What is lacking is the UPS equipment, just the UPS to stabilize the power. So I want to ask the Honorable Minister if this can be delivered. We would have the X-ray services provided to our population. But the amendment that I wanted to make, Right Honorable Speaker, regards the RBF, results-based financing. Right Honorable Speaker, this was a program that also helped in improving maternal health in most of these hospitals. So we urge the ministry
Minister, are you listening?
So, Right Honorable Speaker, there was this results-based financing program, and there were a number of beneficiary districts. Specifically, I'm aware that there has been a delay in remitting some of this money to these hospitals, and that has in a way affected the maternal health, which had greatly improved in these districts, because mothers are picked and brought to the hospitals for attention, and that helps on reducing in the maternal deaths, Right Honorable Speaker. The other issue that I wanted to mention, Right Honorable Speaker, since this report is specific on health center FOS, is improving on the referral system, and the Minister is aware of the ambulance services, the policy that has been pending.
That is going to be in the next item.
Oh, okay.
It is a motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
One.
But let me end with the issue of the blood shortage, Right Honorable Speaker. There has been rampant blood shortage. A number of children have lost their lives. You can imagine a general hospital lacking blood and referring a child to Mbale Regional Referral Hospital just because of lack of blood. And when we visited Mbale Regional Referral Hospital, Mbale was also referring babies, children, to other facilities. A regional referral, referring children to backwards, Right Honorable Speaker, just because of lack of blood. There is no factory. There is no factory for blood, Right Honorable Speaker. We must ensure that we fund.
So we need a blood bank which is functional.
Yes, we need to fund the Uganda, increase funding to the Uganda blood transfusion services so that they can reach out and collect more blood that can be available to the lower health facilities, Right Honorable Speaker. That's the amendment. Thank you.
Yes. Elder behind. Yes. Achan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the chairperson for health for a good report presented on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, most of the hospitals do not have adjustable beds for delivery for mothers who are disabled. Right Honorable Speaker, members may think that these adjustable beds might be needed only for mothers with disabilities. But I've also learned that many women, when they are at a critical stage of delivery, they fail to climb the high beds. So these adjustable beds had to be purchased in most of the health clinics. I beg to submit.
Thank you. The people with the disability have problems when giving birth. You need those hospitals. And I have seen so many before, like Honorable Aisha had said, the local investors, the scientists, those people should be supported. An amendment?
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you. The amendment, I want to thank the Honorable Aisha Kabanda because we were with her on the same committee when we were working on the investigation on the Honorable Musenero and the science innovators. I think that's where she picked this, and I also picked the same. Right Honorable Speaker, we have in this country, Uganda, scientists who have come up with innovations, including innovations of making vaccines. We have a factory in Ntinda, we have a factory in Matuga, we have several factories that are coming in, Professor Gwang. So we should pass the principle as Parliament, not making it for a specific individual, but the principle that we as the Parliament of Uganda and recommend that we support all the innovations and the scientists who are coming with the new innovations to provide medicine and vaccines in the country.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, my suggestion was that we allow those who have showed us results
first of all, to progress by supporting them financially. You have seen situations where we have supported scientists and they have disappointed this house. Therefore, not all scientists are equal. Let us isolate them one by one. When you introduce results and we see that you are doing well, we support you. I beg to submit.
Nancy.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Are you Asinansi? Asinansi?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm also adding an amendment. Madam Speaker and members, last year when we were debating about the status of the health system in this country, we did resolve that all health center 3s be upgraded to health center 4s, but they also be equipped with human resource, with medicine, and the basic requirements which are needed by the doctors to use. We did also resolve that there be procurement of CT scans in all district hospitals, and I think it has not taken, we didn't consider it in when we were passing the budget for the last financial year. Finally, Madam Speaker, we also did agree that the budget, we do pass 15% as it is signed by this government in the UN declaration for the budget, the health budget for every financial year. So, Madam Speaker, those are my proposals, and I beg that they are added in the amendments.
Honourable members.
On Professor Guang, amendment, Honourable Speaker. Very important, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I really want to thank you for the opportunity. I think we should not lose a very important point, and that is supporting local innovation. Madam Speaker.
Honourable Atkins, we've accepted that amendment.
Yes.
Let's not repeat an amendment that has been accepted.
I'm not repeating at all, Madam Speaker. I'm only reinforcing the point that Professor Ogwan and how this innovation actually and the partnership came about. There is a professor called Pam Withers. Pamela Withers is an American scientist and considered the best scientist in the whole world and as far as biotechnology is concerned. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize the point that the research and innovation and output from Professor Guang is internationally recognized. And I would want to draw attention to Professor Ogwang's publications. They're published in high-impact journals with believable and credible editorial boards. Madam Speaker, at my invitation, Professor Pam Withers, the best scientist looking at malaria in the context of biotechnology, has been to this country at my invitation 3 times. So I think it will be a pity for us as a country not to support Professor Ogwang when looking at his international colleagues that are highly
Honourable members,
rated. Thank you very
you're
much.
You're going around and around on the same thing. The amendments that we have agreed, we need to support the local innovators, the scientists, the likes of the Ogwangs, those groups. That's what we have agreed.
The unique amendment
but we also agree that since we have so many health center 4s, we need to equip health center 4s to be more active. Is that an amendment, Honourable Chair?
Madam, the last unique amendment relates to putting a direct correlation between population and health facilities or equipment. Madam Speaker, I come from Kasesa District. Population,
1.5 million. We have a district hospital called Wera Hospital, serving 1.5 million people, and yet there's no CT scan, there's nothing like echo sound systems. So I would put an amendment, Madam Speaker, that districts with a large population should also be supported than just looking at Kasesa people having to travel all the way to Mbarara as a regional hospital, or Buhinga as a regional hospital, or Mulago as a national referral hospital, that will relate our health service facilities together with the population as it relates to Kasesa district and other districts with higher population, Madam Speaker. And I think that's very, very important. But also, there is a component that is missing in the ministers. Thank you, Chair, for that powerful presentation. I'm not looking at the component of training. Training, especially as it relates to heart doctors vis-a-vis the population. I'm meant to understand that we have about 15 cardiologists. Madam Speaker, you can imagine 15 cardiologists serving 45 million people. So I would propose, Madam Speaker, that we put a component of training so that we scale up, especially.
There is a motion. Avur.
Motion.
Yes. A motion.
Madam Speaker, having heard and received the report from the Committee of Health, with the amendments that have been suggested by honorable members of Parliament, I do move a motion that the report be adopted.
Seconded.
Is it seconded?
Seconded. Madam Speaker,
I
want to
put
second
a
the
question
motion
that the report
before
of the Committee of Health on State of Health Care Subs Delivery in the selected facilities of Busoga, Elgon, Bukedi, Ankole, Buganda Sub-Region be adopted with its amendments. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. Yes, have it. We will extract the resolutions and we want a treasury memorandum.
Procedure, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, we will
Procedure.
extract the resolutions of this House and we will want actions that you've taken, and that this now leads us to the next motion. Honorable Chair.
Item 5. Item 5.
Procedure, right, Honorable Speaker.
Motion for resolution of Parliament.
Did you attend the training? You don't switch on the microphone and start procedure. This is not a fighting place. What is your procedure matter?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm the Shadow Minister of Health. And earlier on, I had witnessed a precedent that when an issue is on the floor of Parliament, the Shadow Minister is given an opportunity to come up with an alternative. And on this particular issue, I had a very important amendment to make. First and foremost, I'm from a region that Ministry of Health has clearly indicated that is the most burdened with malaria. And I'd personally moved in these health care facilities and established the problem. And the way the report is addressing the problem by way of a solution, I felt that I should actually err or put in my view. When we talk of blood.
Honorable Batua, first take your seat. The report was circulated. Did you write an opinion, a dissenting opinion, or an alternative position to that effect? And did you give it to our office?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Like, you see, what Brenda did was very smart. It's not a matter of using too much energy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm on the Finance Committee, and on the Health Committee, I'm there as an ex-official. Sincerely, in my capacity as per the rules of procedure, I can't come up with a dissenting report, a minority report. However,
you're not coming with a minority report. You're coming with the alternative policies. What should be done? What you think is proper to be done, what you think there are loopholes, and what can be done. It is a report that you're presenting to this House, and that is a report that will guide. Can you see it?
Honorable,
Can
Right
you
Honorable.
see it? And we have an item, a motion of resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize investment on health. We have that motion. Are you getting me? Patua. Batua.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Batua.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Batua. Honorable Batua, this is not anybody's home. Have respect for people. Decorum is very, very important. Don't look for the other part of the speaker. Next item.
Item 5, motion for resolution of Parliament urging governments to prioritize investment in health center force.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize investment in health center force. Moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the national objective and directive principle of State Policy 20 on medical services requires the state to take all practical measures to ensure the provision of basic medical services to the population, and whereas the government of Uganda has put in place interventions to improve healthcare service delivery, specifically provision of a minimum healthcare package and implementation of the health sector strategic and investment plan that is guided by both national and global priorities and standards including the National Development Plan, SDGs and WHO indicators, aware that government has through various projects made investments in the health sector in order to improve access and equity in delivering health services with all 7 levels of health service delivery from health centers 1 to specialized hospitals, thus under the World Bank supported Uganda Health System Strengthening Project. 8 general hospitals, 1 regional referral hospital, and 26 health center 4s have been rehabilitated, and another 10 health center 4s under funding from the government of Uganda. Further aware that the curative arm of health services is delivered through public, private, and private not-for-profit health facilities that comprise 107 hospitals, of which 40 are public general hospitals, 47 private not-for-profit hospitals, 14 regional hospitals, 6 national hospitals, and 183 public health center 4s in Uganda. Concerned that many Ugandans rely on the public health system to address their health needs, yet despite the investments in the health sector, healthcare services remain largely inaccessible due to inequity in distribution and hard-to-reach geographical areas, which inadvertently affects timely access to emergency healthcare services, thus causing high out-of-pocket expenditure, poor prognosis, and preventable deaths. Further concerned that many health center 4s in the country are not fully functional due to poor and inadequate health infrastructure Yet research indicates health center falls are notably cheaper to construct and renovate. For instance, it is estimated that the cost for construction and equipping the Ministry of Health preferred 60-bed capacity health center for would cost 22 billion shillings compared to 65 billion for the preferred 200-bed hospital capacity. Noting that the health center falls remain non-functional to various reasons, for instance, the annual health sector performance report estimates that 31 out of 183 health center falls were not able to carry out a cesarean section, and that the total number of cesarean procedures carried out in health center falls was 39,060 compared to 71,961 performed in general hospitals, implying that hospitals are overloaded. More so, health center falls do not provide comprehensive emergency obstetric and newborn care services due to lack of staff, equipment, and medical supplies are still inadequate. Yet reports indicate that for the financial year 2022-2023, the funding requirement for medicines and related consumables for 183 health center falls. 183 health center falls is almost similar to that of 40 general hospitals. Also an inadequate wage and failure to recruit medical personnel affects availability and absorption of staff in health center falls. Further noting that a bigger part of the population has more direct contact with health center falls, hence they are better placed to respond to emergency health services and to provide a quick remedy to scaling up access and equity for primary and secondary health care, as well as reducing the need for referral of patients to hospitals. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Parliament that 1, government prioritizes investment in health center falls through provision of additional funding to facilitate construction of new health center falls and rehabilitation of existing ones, as well as provision of medical supplies to address emerging challenges at the health center falls. 2, the Ministry of Health is urged to recruit more doctors and also adequately train and retain a sufficient number of health workers at health center falls to cater for the needs of patients who access the facilities. Government should provide additional funding for blood storage equipment in health center falls that do not have emergency equipment to enable them comprehensively handle emergency obstetric and newborn care. 4, government should strengthen diagnostic services at health center falls. This includes laboratory and imaging services, in brackets, ultrasound, fetal Doppler, and X-ray machines. Motion moved by Dr. Charles Ayume, Member of Parliament, Koboko Municipality, and seconded by Egon Silas, Member of Parliament, Kumi Municipality. Ayon Silas, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Ayume. This is coming out of the other report. You've had very few referral hospitals, and we need to equip the health center force. It's cheaper to have many health center force than having referral hospitals. This is the basis of this motion. Anything? Is it seconded? How gone?
No,
Let it be seconded first, then you bring the procedure. Let it be seconded first. Let it be seconded, then you will vote against.
Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a very popular motion. Even before it is seconded, nearly the whole House is standing and willing to give support. I want to applaud you, honorable colleagues. But allow me first to appreciate the honorable chair of the Committee on Health for the very good work you are doing. Within 1 year plus, many things have changed. Your committee is doing a great job, and I'm happy with the methodology that you're adopting. You go down and collect evidence, come and present a motion backed up by facts. And for that matter, Madam Speaker, I stand here to second this motion that has been presented before the House. Indeed, if you go down to most of our constituencies, you will realize that there are so many gaps. And if we as a country decide to fill the gaps in the health center first, there will be a huge change. Talk about issues of the human resource. When the doctor was presenting the findings of the committee after their visits in the report that we have just concluded, all of you noticed that some health facilities had more staff, more doctors, more qualified personnel as compared to others. So there is an issue of equity, there is an issue of availability, there is an issue of access that we need to handle as a country. And this motion comes in handy to urge government to take action quickly. Madam Speaker, go out of the Kampala area and you notice that there is serious shortage of blood in health center force. Emergencies can only be dealt on properly when we timely act. But in a situation where health center force are ill-equipped, Madam Speaker, it's only death that is always most likely to take place. And therefore, it is very, very important that we all support this very important motion. Madam Speaker, we need to reduce on the need for referrals. Once we strengthen our health center force, there will be no need for us to always try to run with people, with patients who are in dire need to Kampala. Aware of the current traffic jam that we have here, you can drive from up country, and when you're about to reach Mulago, the time you spend from up country to Wakiso can be 2 hours. Between Wakiso and Mulago, you need another 2 hours. And that's the kind of problem that we have. But for us to work on this health center force means we are solving such a problem, and there will be a big, big change. Madam Speaker, look at the number of health center force that we are talking about. We are talking about 183. But the general hospitals are around 40. If we are going to invest money on these 40, they are not scattered all over. The serious ones that we are talking about. But these health center force are all over in constituencies. Which constituency here doesn't want a health center force? I'm aware of some places where there are no health center force. Completely. If we are to allow members right now to speak out here, they will come up and tell you, in my constituency, there is no health center force. This is the right motion. This is the right time. This is the right moment. We must rise up. We must support that government fully funds the presence of this health center force. There are health center force where these so-called theaters are actually butcheries. When your wife is taken there, you have to go for prayer and fasting first. You are not sure whether she will return. You must, if you are not a proper believer in God, then things may not even work out. Therefore, supporting this motion is the way to go. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you talk about issues of equipment, we visited the health facility in Tororo. It's my colleague here, the Honorable Star of Pendi. And we found that there are equipment that are even lying there idle, not fixed. This is something which is taking place all over the country. Most of the places have this kind of thing. Equipment is there, not utilized. In some facilities, you find that the buildings are there, but not equipped. In some places, the health centers are there, but the doctors are not there. And in most places, there are no medicines. In most cases, you find that the labs are not operational. In most cases, the blood is not there. And this has been a big challenge. When we rise to support such a motion, indeed, it is necessary that we support such a motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, when you realize most of the constituencies, most of the districts don't have health district hospitals. So it would be prudent enough for us, if we love our electorates, to urge government to operationalize health center force. That would be the best thing. It's not anything for debate. It is something that is straightforward, that we need this health center force to be operationalized to a level of a district hospital. In my own district, I don't have a district hospital. So we really need to agree, and the minister, we are going to ensure. Yes.
Thank you, sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remember government came up with a policy that in each and every constituency, there should be a health center for. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is true, government created very many constituencies. And the other constituency, without even health center 3, I pray that the Honorable Minister should consider uplifting those health center 3 to the level of health center 4. And finally, Madam Speaker, right now,
member, information.
There is a clarification.
Honorable, I don't, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been around for some time in this house.
For 30 years in the house.
Not yet 30. Not yet 30. And Honorable Gilbert Olaja joined. I don't remember a policy of every constituency having health center 4. Health center 4. I beg to be corrected whether that policy exists by the Minister of Health clarifying whether that policy has ever existed. So because if it is the wish of the members, then let us bring it from that angle. Because we should be able to speak with the facts. So the Minister of Health...
Can we hear from the Minister? Let the Minister clarify. She's competent enough to clarify that.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Government took a decision, and I will re-echo what decision government took, that every sub-county in this country should have a health center 3. I'm still talking. And where the sub-county is big, where access is more than 4 kilometers, then the sub-county is divided into 2, and it is given 2 health center 3s. So we can phase off health center 2s. 2, that every constituency should have a health center 4. Every constituency should have a health center 4. And that every district should have a district hospital. Those were the decisions that were taken by government. However, I have listened carefully to the chair of the committee. It is true that having a district hospital in every district will take us very many years. But if we can strengthen the health center force, they can function as the district hospitals. This is what the chair has said, and Right Honorable Speaker, I agree, and I also agree with the motion. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I now put a question that the House adopts the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize investment in health center force. Health center force. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Honorable members, before we go to the next item, I want to refer, and I'm saying I want to refer members to Revised Rule 79. I may not act now because you're first offenders, but I want you to take time and look at Rule 79. Next item.
Item 5.
And revise
Sorry,
it,
item
it is like it is your Bible if you're coming to the house.
Item 6, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on proposed amendments to the rules of procedure of the Parliament of Uganda.
Honorable members, there is a report from Rules, and after thorough analysis of that report and the issue that was raised, I have concerns that came from a member of Parliament, Honorable Ikojo, on Rule 155 sub Rule 2 of our rules of procedure that states, the Speaker shall commit the proposed loan or guarantee request to the Committee of National Economy and to the relevant sectoral committee under which the subject matter of the request falls. After careful consideration of this rule, I wish to guide the House as follows. This rule was amended in 2021 to provide for an input of a sectoral committee in consideration of loans and guarantees to the respective sectors. This was necessitated by the high number of non-performing loans, undisbursed funds, and very high commitment fees on loans that government was giving out. Also, Parliament was faced with the problem of follow-up on loans due to lack of coordination between the National Economic Committee and the sectoral committee, which are responsible for the oversight role of the loans that are being given to these institutions, because they lacked information. It was therefore prudent to give sectoral committees an opportunity to participate in the loan or guarantee agreement that is being approved and processed, for them to have information on what has been given out, what is outstanding, whether there is value for money that is being done. With the operations of the sector that is getting the money, it is the role of the sectoral committee to do the work. And it is the sectoral committee that would then guide the National Economic Committee as to whether that was a priority of the sector. This helps direct government resources to the most critical need of the people. We've had scenarios where loans are given out, you go on the ground, there is nothing being done. This is therefore to indicate that there is no duplication of committee work. The consideration of loans or guarantees should continue as per the rules in place. We are not amending that rule. It helps us in the controls. The sectoral committee must know what is happening, and National Economy Committee should also know what is happening. I want to thank you for today, and we adjourn the House to 2 tomorrow.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by...
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV na kukaribisha katika taarifa hii ya habari ambapo tunakutangazia moja kwa moja kutoka studio zetu mjini Kampala. Naitwa Bella Masangano na katika habari ya kwanza, Baraza la mawaziri nchini limependekeza somo la Kiswahili katika shule za sekondari na msingi. Kulingana na baraza hilo, kulingana kwa wanafunzi na watahiniwa, kimependekeza somo la Kiswahili kwa shule za msingi na sekondari kwa wanafunzi na wale wanaokaribia kumaliza masomo. Hebu tupate taarifa zaidi kuhusiana na tukio hilo kutoka watu mitaani.
As I think Kiswahili language should be taught in schools as a second language, because our neighboring countries are using Kiswahili, and for us Ugandans we should also use Kiswahili as the second language. That's how I think that maybe we should start using Kiswahili in schools and all Ugandans.
I don't see any problem with learning Swahili in schools. They should have started much earlier than this. It's overdue. Well, communication will be very easy. A child can move from any part of the country and move without a problem and speak without any problem with anybody. Like English right now. English now is the official language. You can see how Uganda is benefiting from that. All tribes have no problem with that. So even Swahili, if it is taught in schools, will be very, very beneficial to the Ugandans in the long run. Eventually, the child will never be stranded in anywhere, any part of the country. Now in East Africa, Kenya, they have Swahili. It's a communication language, which is actually not official, but it's there now. Tanzania have the same thing. Rwanda they have, and we are in a community. So I don't see why Uganda cannot benefit from that.
Happy that you are here with us. Our dear minister, it shows the love you.
Na hayo ni maoni ya watu mbalimbali katika mitaa wakizungumzia jinsi walivyopokea swala la kufundisha somo la Kiswahili katika shule za msingi na sekondari nchini. Tunaendelea na taarifa zaidi ya habari. Hii ni UBC TV. Kesho tarehe 7 Julai, ubalozi wa Tanzania nchini utaungana na wadau na wapenzi wa lugha ya Kiswahili kuadhimisha siku ya Kiswahili duniani. Maadhimisho hayo yatafanyikia ubalozi wa Tanzania nchini. Dr. Aziz Ponari Mlima, balozi wa Tanzania nchini, anaelezea zaidi.
Duniani, tarehe 7 mwezi wa 7. 2022.
Naitwa Dr. Azizi Ponari Mlima, ni balozi wa Tanzania nchini Uganda. Siku ya tarehe 7 mwezi wa 7 mwaka huu, ubalozi wa Tanzania umeandaa sherehe au hafla maalum kwa ajili ya kuadhimisha siku ya Kiswahili duniani kama ilivyotangazwa na UNESCO mwaka jana. Hivyo basi tunawakaribisha Watanzania na marafiki na wazungumzaji wote wa Kiswahili ambao wako hapa Uganda waje tushirikiane nasi katika kuadhimisha siku hii adhimu. Kutakuwa kuna shughuli maalum katika viwanja vyetu hapa kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi, zikiwa zote shughuli zimeambatana katika kuenzi lugha yetu adhimu ya Kiswahili, umuhimu wake katika jamii, umuhimu wake katika ukanda wetu wa Afrika Mashariki na umuhimu wake nje ya Afrika Mashariki, kwa sababu kama mnavyofahamu lugha ya Kiswahili sasa hivi inatumika kuanzia katika nchi za SADC kule na imeingizwa katika mitaala mbalimbali katika nchi ya Afrika Kusini, lakini pia ni lugha ambayo inatumika kwa upana zaidi na kwa uwanda mpana zaidi na katika hizi nchi zetu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Hivyo basi wote mnakaribishwa, karibuni tushirikiane wote katika swala hili la kuadhimisha na kuienzi siku hii maalum ambayo kama mnavyofahamu imeinua daraja la lugha ya Kiswahili katika matumizi mbalimbali duniani. Asanteni sana, karibuni.
Wabunge nchini wamelalamikia zoezi la kuajiri wanajeshi wapya katika jeshi la taifa la UPDF na kusema kuwa zoezi hilo lilijaa dosari nyingi. Kulingana na wabunge hao, vitendo vya ubaguzi na utoaji hongo vilibainika wakati wa zoezi hilo. Miongoni mwa wabunge waliolalamikia zoezi hilo ni mbunge mwanamke wa wilaya ya Tororo, Mheshimiwa Sara Opendi, ambaye aliliambia bunge kuwa kuna watu kutoka wilaya na mikoa mingine waliosafirishwa kwenda katika wilaya hiyo wakati wa zoezi hilo. Miongoni mwa sifa ambazo mwombaji kazi alitakiwa awe nazo ni kitambulisho cha taifa, barua kutoka mwenyekiti wa mtaa na koishi, cheti cha kidato cha 4 na vigezo vingine. Kulingana na wabunge, vitendo vya ubaguzi wa kikabila vilishuhudiwa wakati wa zoezi hilo la kuwaajiri wanajeshi wapya katika jeshi kote nchini. Spika wa bunge Anita Among amemwagiza waziri husika kutoa ufafanuzi kuhusiana na dosari hizo. Jumla ya wanajeshi 10,000 wanatarajiwa kuajiriwa katika jeshi la taifa UPDF kwenye ngazi mbalimbali kote nchini.
And to our surprise, Right Honorable Speaker, very many of the young people were not taken. The local leaders who were present, the RDC, the district officials, tried to verify the list of, requested to verify the purported lists of the people from Tororo. They were not allowed, Right Honorable Speaker, to look at this list. And this list has since been taken brought to the center, purporting that 120 people had been recruited from Tororo.
The minister ensured that these lists are verified by the local leaders. Before they do anything, we want the local leaders to have this list verified, because if you look at my own district, people, you cannot tell me you can get a name of somebody from somewhere coming from Bukedea.
The CDF is here. The deputy CDF is here. Other members are here. So why do they come to parliament?
The thing is happening with the WUA. The same thing happens with the UPDF. It happens with the prisons. Can we have Prime Minister? Can we have this verified by the local leadership, whether these people come from these areas?
Unaendelea kutizama taarifa hii ya habari na hii ni UBC TV. Kesho ikiwa ni siku ambayo maadhimisho ya kwanza kabisa ya kimataifa ya lugha ya Kiswahili kufanyika, ubalozi wa Burundi nchini nao ni miongoni mwa nchi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ambazo zitasherehekea siku hiyo. Balozi wa Burundi nchini ana ujumbe ufuatao kwa wadau na wapenzi wote wa lugha ya Kiswahili.
Epifane Kabishemeye Ntamwana, balozi wa Jamhuri ya Burundi nchini Uganda. Napenda kuchukua fursa hii kusisitiza umuhimu wa kudumisha na kukuza matumizi ya lugha hii ya Kiafrika kama nyenzo muhimu ya kutangaza tunu na utamaduni wa Waafrika. Ninawatakia heri ya siku ya Kiswahili duniani.
Na hivi sasa tupate mapumziko kutoka studio.
I remember the lockdown, when the streets were empty and our lives disrupted, when businesses closed and our livelihoods hung in the balance. Hospitals were full. We lost loved ones, jobs, and hope. Our children couldn't study anymore. We cannot let this happen again. We should not go back. Get fully vaccinated against COVID-19 and join the millions of Ugandans who are already vaccinated.
Malnutrition in all its forms remains a global challenge, as at least 1 out of every 3 children globally is affected by some form of malnutrition. Nutrition priorities are embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 2 and the ISN 2. The national launch of the Phase 2 of the National Information Platforms for Nutrition will take place tomorrow, Thursday the 7th of July 2022, starting at 8:30 a.m. in the Conference Hall, Office of the President. The Right Honorable Prime Minister Robina Nabanja will officiate at this function. The NPIN 2 launch will be telecast live on UBC TV from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and will be streamed live on all UBC, UNICEF and European Union social media platforms.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest party of 2022 is here! UBC West MP Kahona launches its Mbarara station on Goat Road in Mbarara City with your favorite entertainer, Echitimbulecha UBC West on 23rd July 2022 at Mbarara University Inn. People of Ankole, Chisoro, Chigezi, Toro, Bunyoro, Rwenzori and all parts of Uganda. Do not miss your cocktail of fun with UBC West presenters, listeners and supporters. Come, be part of the 2022 biggest party in the land. With top artists, comedians, cultural dancers and ODs, women cyclists in the cycling competition, sports activities and many more from Western and Central Uganda at only 10,000 shillings. Don't miss the annual crowd puller of UBC West MP Kahona, and that is Etitimbure Reigunga. Proudly powered by Pepsi Cola, Delight Solar and UBC.
For sponsorship and partnership, call 0700-236-415 or 0782-265-827. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Karibu kutoka studio ya matangazo, na katika habari ya mwisho kwa leo, spika wa bunge nchini Mheshimiwa Anita Among amelalamikia kitendo cha wabunge wengi kutohudhuria vikao vya bunge. Mheshimiwa Anita Among amearifu kuwa atamwandikia barua Rais Museveni akimjulisha kuhusu swala hilo. Kulingana na Mheshimiwa Among, kitendo hicho kinarudisha nyuma shughuli za bungeni. Ni takriban wabunge 10 tu wanaojitahidi kuhudhuria vikao vya bunge kati ya wabunge walio zaidi ya 80.
And people are not fair in this country.
Right of the House, and where none of...
Speaker, yesterday when you were communicating, you said that today members would come with their matters of national importance. However, Right Honourable Speaker, when I look at the front bench, as usual, we are having only 2 or 3 ministers available in the House. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, wouldn't we move a resolution in this Parliament so that we have the number of ministers, at least represented, even if they are quartered?
In fact, some excuses were that they are still in the field about the PDM, but I'm going to make a follow-up to see that they are here tomorrow.
The purpose of giving ministers all those facilities, it's for them to be here.
A ministry that has 4 ministers, none of them is there. Now we have 2.
But there are ministers that have never stepped here. So when you are giving out a punishment or sanctions, for example, what sanction do you give to the Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Janet Kataha?
We want the ministers in this House. We got an assurance from the President that in every sitting we shall have 30% of the ministers. Maybe you need to give us a justification as why we should have 83 ministers. I am going to write to the President. I am writing to the President and ask the President why his members, to ask his members to attend the House.
How did you know that the people from Tororo have these stamps? Have you looked at those?
Na hadi hapo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, shukran sana kwa kutizama taarifa hii. Tuonane tena kesho panapo majaliwa.
Malnutrition in all its forms remains a global challenge, as at least 1 out of every 3 children globally is affected by some form of malnutrition. Nutrition priorities are embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 2 and the ISN 2. The national launch of the Phase 2 of the National Information Platforms for Nutrition will take place tomorrow, Thursday the 7th of July 2022, starting at 8:30 a.m. in the Conference Hall, Office of the President. The Right Honourable Prime Minister Robina Nabanja will officiate at this function. The NPIN 2 launch will be telecast live on UBC TV from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and will be streamed live on all UBC, UNICEF and European Union social media platforms.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest party of 2022 is here! UBC West MP Kahona launches its Mbarora station on Goch Road in Mbarora City with your favorite entertainer, Timbulecha UBC West on 23rd July 2022 at Mbarora University Inn. People of Ankole, Chisoro, Kigezi, Toro, Bunyoro, Rwenzori and all parts of Uganda. Do not miss your cocktail fun with UBC West presenters, listeners and supporters. Come be part of the 2022 biggest party in the land. land with top artists, comedians, cultural dancers and ODs, women cyclists in the cycling competition, sports activities and many more from Western and Central Uganda at only 10,000 shillings. Don't miss the annual crowd puller of UBC West MP Kahona, and that is Etitimbure Reikuga. Proudly powered by Pepsi Cola, Delight Solar, and UBC.
For sponsorship and partnership, call 0700-236-415 or 0782-265-827. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Uganda's economy has grown tremendously with a $34 billion GDP, currently compared to $3.923 billion GDP back then in 1986. This has been possible due to the overwhelming government support towards the investment sector, due to the largely growing domestic market of nearly 45 million people strategically located in the heart of Africa, with a combined market population of over 700 million in the East African Community and Commercial region. The Investor is a program that will showcase the different investments that have boosted the economic transformation of this great country.
The investment climate in Uganda is something that we have found very, very encouraging. We are here to continue to support and build Uganda from its core.
If you want to make money through investing in Uganda and beyond, this is the program on UBC that you must not miss.
The Investor, Let's Talk Business. Coming soon on UBC TV, inspiring Uganda.
Do you hear it? Do you see it?
In Uganda, Tanzania.
That's the sound of business in a developing economy.
For UBC News, Charlotte Amuge in Kampala.
Catch the weekly business roundup every Saturday at 8:30 p.m. only on UBC TV, inspiring Uganda.
On UBC, the program that helps you identify opportunities for investment, job creation, growing your entrepreneurial skills, wealth creation, and social transformation.
We have a product that is ready for schools, supermarkets.
Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Every week, we showcase opportunities for creating new products and enterprises.
I now harvest a lot of cocoa. When I harvest it, I sell. After selling, I put money in my project. I have two projects. One is for construction of my house. Two is for educating my children.
Excellence in innovation, the passion and drive to succeed, and the right mindset to grow your business. Lives transformed on UBC. Every Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Brought to you by Operation Wealth Creation.
107.3 Kampala, 96.9 Mbale, 95.7 Jinja, 98.6 Soroti. You are all covered.
UBC Mutego. UBC Mutego.
This week on UBC.
I always tell students and girls, like, education is your birthright. If you go to school, you'll never regret. Be there. Let your children know what you're doing. Inspire them. Let you be the first role model for your child as a parent. Sometimes people belittle women, especially if you're a smaller lady. They think you don't have the professionalism or the skill. Ask for what you want. Be who you say you are. Care about others and dare to live your dream.
Super Soul Sisters.
I love to cook chicken. And I love to eat chicken. I can eat it in any form.
I am the Quest, giver of life, Alpha without Omega. I am Africa.
Hail to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a land with the world's most beautiful, captivating features. Hills, mountains and valleys, the enigmatic animal species in the wild. A land where Africa is condensed into one small country with authentic endowments of nature and perfect safari. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, is without the crowds with abundant primates, wildlife and stunning scenery. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, takes you beyond the guidebooks, the known features, and gives you the insights unmatched. Keep it UBC TV, where we inspire Uganda with the authentic beauty and nature of our motherland. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Discover the fountain.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by...
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Twesimye okuba ng'oli ku UBC TV waliwo omuyizi eyeetonze era n'akakasa nti ye yagula amafuta ga petroli n'ayokya ekisulo ky'abalenzi eky'essomero mu bitundu eby'Ekagadi n'ategeeza nti bamusonyiwe ebyo n'ebirala tubireese. Tegeeza tanatweyungako nti Marion Nakitene ne Yusufu Ssenyomo batuuse dda okukutuusaako ebifudde mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo. Ntandika n'ekitundu ekisooka nja kukitandika n'ababaka ba paalamenti si bamativu na ngeri UPDF gyekutemu nteekateeka za kuwandiisa bannayuganda abaagala okwegatta ku ggye lino nga bagamba nti mwetabiddwamu okugulirira boofiisi abawandiika abantu bano. Omubaka omukyalo wa Tororo mu paalamenti Sarah Opendi ng'ayanja ensonga eno ategeezezza nti B'ofiisa abawandiisa abantu abagala okwegatta ku ggye lino bajja abantu mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo ate ne babawandiisiza mu bitundu ebirala.
Right Honourable Speaker, very many of the young people were not taken. The local leaders who were present, the RDC, the district officials, tried to verify the list of, requested to verify the purported lists of the people from Tororo. They were not allowed, Right Honourable Speaker, to look at this list. And this list has since been taken brought to the center, purporting that 120 people had been recruited from Tororo.
The minister ensured that these lists are verified by the local leaders. Before they do anything, we want the local leaders to have this list verified, because if you look at my own district, people, you cannot tell me you can get a name of somebody from somewhere coming from Bukedea.
The CDF is here. The deputy CDF is here. Other members are here. So why do they come to Parliament?
The same thing is happening with the WUA. The same thing happens with the UPDF. It happens with the prisons. Can we have Prime Minister? Can we have this verified by the local leadership, whether these people come from these areas?
Sabiti eziyise eggye lya Uganda People's Defence Force lyatandika okuwandiisa abaagala okuyingira eggye mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo. Ebimu ku bisaanyizo omuntu bye yalina okuleeta asobola okusunsulwa y'ennangamuntu, satifikeeti ya siniya ey'okuna, ebbaluwa ekusemba n'ebbaluwa okuva ewa ssentebe wa LC mu kitundu omuntu gy'asibuka oba ebbaluwa y'obuzaale n'ebirala. Era asunsuddwa abaalina okubeera mu mbeera ennungi ng'asukka emyaka 18 okutuuka ku 3. Wabula omubaka omukyala owa Tororo mu Parliament Sarah Opendi agamba nti b'ofiisa abateereddwa mu nteekateeka y'okuwandiisa abagala okwegatta ku ggye basuuliridde nnyo ebiragiro wamu n'amateeka agalina okugobererwa nga bawandiisa.
120 slots, Right Honourable Speaker, and to our surprise, Right Honourable Speaker, very many of the young people were not taken.
Okusinziira ku bamu ku babaka ba Parliament mu disitulikiti ezimu abawandiisa abantu beesigama ku mawanga ng'ate abamu ku b'ofiisa abawandiisa kigambibwa nti basaba abantu abasukka emyaka 3 ensimbi okubawandiisa.
The local leaders who were present, the RDC, the district officials, requested to verify the purported lists of the people from Tororo. They were not allowed, Right Honourable Speaker.
The CDF is here. The deputy CDF is here. Other members are here. So why do they come to Parliament?
Speaker wa Parliament Anita Among asaba Minister akwatibwako okuvaayo annyonnyole ku nsonga eno.
The same thing is happening with the WUA.